Hello and welcome to Age of Empire, a Horus Heresy podcast. Sweet baby Jesus, ladies and gentlemen, this is episode 1 of the end of the first decade of this show.
My word.
The three of us, myself, Chris Mills, my wonderful brother, Graham Mills.
I thought you were going to say Dave then.
He's my amazing brother. You're my one.
Oh, okay, good.
There is a distinction between the two of you, and our very dear and treasured friend, Mr. Michael Bottrell.
Brother, although somewhat more furry.
Somewhat more furry, Mr. Michael Bottrell, Mr. B, the fairy peach. Yes, can you believe it, long-time listeners? If you've been here for the whole 10 years, we should offer some sort of.
Yeah, I was going to say there can't be that many people who would have listened to this 10 years, surely. I mean, particularly the first couple of episodes, that would have probably been. Yeah. We were just talking actually off there that we don't think you can get the early episodes, which is probably a blessing because they were. I mean, the content wasn't bad. It was the production values were very bad, Mr. B.
They were.
Which I hope you're completely responsible for.
Yes, I mean, I only really count it from the November, which is the first episode that I did.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So that would be.
Was that after the first year? Or was that?
No, that was the first year. I think you started it in March. Yeah. And then there was that would be about. November we did Blood and Glory, and then I came out, and then we talked about it, and then I just hung around.
Yeah.
And
10 years. I mean, 10 years, 3 editions.
3 editions. Wow. It feels like it feels like it should have been more. I mean, 3 years, 10 editions.
It has been more, really, if you think about it. We had 6th, 7th, and then before we got to 1, so it's more like 5 editions.
I suppose so, because I suppose the original Heresy was 6th edition based, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Way back in the day.
Yeah, and then we went 7th.
The first black books were out, and then there was the red books, which were kind of more 7th edition aligned, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then we went on to the newer, the rule black books for the 2nd edition, and now we're on to other black books. But yeah. There you go. Amazing. 10 years. Incredible.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought we'd have stayed talking this length of time to each other, both to each other, and also just generally, and that we'd have managed to eke out enough material from the game that we play, or the game that I talk about and you guys play, for us to do pretty much an episode a month, give or take a few exceptions.
Yeah, no, that's quite impressive.
For a decade. That's it's a game that somehow we found a rock and we've managed to milk it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think. So, what's your highlight of the 10 years? Come on, then. This has put you on the spot. I haven't prepared this question. Should have done, really. If I start with mine, I think my highlight of the 10 years was. There were 2 actually. The first one, I think, was the Company of Legends, where we finished the Lucida story. Actually, there's 3.
The end of that story was really
that was pretty good. That was a good Company of Legends.
The audience held their breath.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent, that one. Then I think the original All Out Power Fist was very, very funny, and I still think it stands the test of time. I know you've tried to banish it from your memory, but I still think it's.
I haven't. I love it.
Standalone funny.
I love it, and it's all on my MacBook. And one day I will go through and I will tidy up all the little. The problem is I can hear all the edit mistakes that I made.
Right.
And also, it's the only thing of ours that I ever really listen back to on very, very rare occasions. Gotcha. So I think that makes it extra jarring for me.
Gotcha. Fair enough. I think the third one was when you got a award at Blood and Glory. I think it was when it was in Derby.
That was the first one.
Yeah. And I thought that was very cool. I had an award, actually.
I got this.
Yeah. For being... I knew you were playing Custodes, who were the bugbears of everybody in the game at the time. And you got an award for your sportsmanship. So, yes, those are probably the 3 highlights, I think. for my 10 years.
That's how much it means to me, Greg, that you gave me that award, is that the fact that it is within arm's reach of me when I record this show.
Okay, what about yourselves?
Go on, Mr. B, do you want to go? I like clean my glasses.
You know, it was that time. It's the times when we've had letters from people in Ukraine who are like, "Oh, we're on the front lines listening to your podcast," and I'm like,
I knew it was going to be something nice like this. I knew it was going to be something really like ultra positive.
That is true.
That is true. You're correct, Mr. B.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Well, that's your highlight, Mr. B.
Yeah, I think that would be that
singular. I think you're right. I think you're absolutely correct.
I think we've had lots of different highlights through the years. I mean, we've had the various Company of Legends, which have all been a lot of fun. But I think we're on the front lines of a war, and you guys are literally helping us get through that. And I'm like, yeah, that's really nice to hear. And I'm like,
makes it all worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Okay, very cool.
I have a couple.
Go on.
All Up Power Fist will always be
one
of the loves of my life. Another one that I have, which is a personal favorite, which I don't know if I've ever told you, or I certainly think I told the listeners, but I once had a whole email conversation with a manatee charity about getting them to come onto the show, onto the show and talk about manatees. Unfortunately, it just kind of fell through a little bit at the end. But I remember having a whole conversation with them, having to play them bits of the show where we talked about manatees to convince them that we were being serious about promoting them, and then being on board with it. But just a couple of things, it was sort of around COVID time, and the things that were going to tie with it we couldn't do. So, but that I think that will always be just having conversations with actual recognized scientists animal conservationists, about coming onto a silly wargaming podcast to talk about manatees for all of you to listen to is
mad.
Yeah, and then being like, that sounds good. That will always be that was a fun thing to do. But we've done a lot of cool things.
I think it's cool that we've got our own law. If you see what I mean, the manatee thing is our own kind of law that we've got. That's and All Up Power Fist. Mark Frost, the demon dice thrower of Essex. Very good. Mark Howlett's comment, which gave us Aunt Sally, which made me laugh.
Basically, we owe it to everybody else. Is what
But I just think that's very cool that we've got our own little kind of law, and people come up and talk to us about that particular thing, which is great.
Yeah. Thank you for listening, everybody. We are totally grateful. And the fact that if you didn't listen, we wouldn't put the very limited amount of effort we put into making it happen.
A lot of effort now. I mean, we're going multimedia, so there's like a huge amount of effort.
As we're recording, I still do some slides for the YouTube show, which will be played out live, so in about an hour and a half's time, I need to get them finished. And I started doing them at 3:00 in the afternoon, and it's 20 to 9 now, so that's how long it takes.
So it's not
to get it all.
There is a fair bit of work.
I need to get stuff to you more ahead of time.
It has been a lot of fun doing it.
It has,
And sometimes I've got to record this bloody show now. And then when we start doing it and we have fun and we have lots of laughs doing it.
It's also it's given us the other things as well. Like now we play games together at least once a week online and stuff like that. So it's not just brought us an enterprise, as it were. We have a continual friendship. And also the other good thing that it's given me is that I get to talk to you almost every day, which is true. Super nice. And
absolutely.
I think like I say, in this day and age, it's hard for people to maintain those sort of, particularly blokes, it seems to be, have those long-term friendships and keep them around. I mean, you're my brother, so that's kind of by default. Yeah. But it's good, and I think it's we've been really fortunate in that regard.
We now have some guest dogs. Which one?
Bloody dogs are doing me head in. Yes.
And you wanted a fifth one. That's all I'm going to point out there.
Let's not see who wanted what here. Do we have a fifth one? Whether I wanted it or not is kind of irrelevant to go. Not as if I have any say on it.
I heard your tone of voice when you've been talking about it. I know that you were totally on board at every stage of the conversation.
Well, I think the wife might be just coming back, so that's probably why.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Happy to see you.
Fair enough. Okay.
Right. What are we going to talk about on this episode? Right. Because it's never not been an episode. Actually, it's not true. It's rarely not an episode. There will be some new releases. There will be what we have been up to. There will be a State of the Union. We're going to go through. We've rummaged in our mailbox. We've gone through the junk folders and got rid of all the Viagra adverts that we incessantly get sent, and found some letters and some emails and messages from people that we're going to read and have conversations about. So if your name's in there, thanks for sending it in. We'll say who everyone is, and then we're just going to have a chat about 2025, our favorite models, thoughts about the year, and favorite other things about 2025 as well.
It's
so,
now
I'm going to have
Employee of the Year award to go through.
Employee. Okay, well, I wasn't aware there was a voting for it, so I assume I'm winning it. So, because that can be the only way. If I wasn't asked to vote for it, I must be winning it, like a Lifetime Achievement Award of BAFTA.
Damn right.
Right, let's get this crazy train rolling. It says here, Graham to do the new releases, but as we all well know, only one man does the new releases.
Yeah, that does seem to be me. So I'll run through what we got. Right, let's get up the slides for this one then. Okay, so where are they? You know, you put everything in the. I swear I put the slides up here. Is this it? No, that's not it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is
smooth. 10 years.
Smooth. 2 years. 2 years of doing YouTube videos, having a system in place.
I do. I've got the slides in the thing. It's just I've got to.
10 years and still plagued by production issues.
I don't seem to have enabled the button, but
don't seem to have downloaded them. That's fine, Mr.
Right. That's showing up.
Nope, I can see you, I can see Graham, and the listeners who still listen to the audio version of this show.
Stop listening by now.
I'm sure they're still. So this is the other 10 years of this. They've had worse reasons to stop than that.
That's true. That is true.
Releases.
Yep, first.
Which is now changing into something else.
Okay, right. So the first, I think this is the big one, is the siege box, the siege assault battle group, £129 for a Leviathan Dreadnought, 12 Terminators, and 10 Breaches.
Yeah.
So,
and they're the new Terminators, aren't they? The new
Terminators.
The
cinched, corseted, Victorian strumpet version of the Cataphractite Terminator.
I've seen them in person. They're not as bad.
I'm sure they're not, but you know,
they are a lot better in person. And I think I've seen a few people unboxing them, and they're like, "Yeah, this isn't anywhere near as bad as we thought it was."
I mean, I'm still not sure they needed this, but yeah, fair play. They've done it. I mean, I think that would have been better with I suppose they put all the Saturnine stuff together, haven't they? Because the Saturnine Dreadnought, I think it looks really cool. But yeah, the Leviathans, not all that anymore in the game, to be fair. But the Breaches, I can see them being useful.
Yeah, definitely on board for the Breaches.
A good troops choice.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I say it's mad that it's still in stock, but I guess Terminators are not all that.
The thing is, £129 in it for an extra, £60 or something. I suppose you can get the full box set, can't you?
The thing is, though, for £129 of ancillary stuff, there's not. It's a Breacher squad of cataphractized. Well, Breacher squad, a couple of cataphractized squads, and a Leviathan Dreadnought. But it's not stuff that you kind of essentially need.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So I think just is probably why it's still in stock. And also, as Graham says, the Leviathan isn't all that. Breachers kind of have a weird rep, I tend to think.
I can see them being more useful now, because what I've found interestingly is doing building. It isn't so much the points anymore; it's about the detachments, and that's the hardest thing, is to actually try and fit one into the actual force org chart. Now is really difficult. So anything that sort of automatically goes into a force org chart, like the primary detachment force org chart, for example, is kind of useful, because it means you don't have to think. Because, like, take the Dreadnought, for example, they're really hard to get into a list.
Yeah,
because the War Machine detachment is just one model.
Yeah,
so you've either got to use that.
Can't take squadrons on them anymore.
No, and so you've got to either use that, or you've got to logistical benefit it. It's just a bit of a sort of chew on, really.
And you might want that logistical benefit thing, because you might want to put a Vanguard unit in. Without having to take a.
Totally.
It's so prime, which is, I know it's a prime benefit, but it is so essential. It is limiting as to what you're going to utilize it for.
And that's
you can take it different detachments, but still.
Whereas before you could, I'll just have 2 Dreadnoughts in a Talon. I can have 2 of these as a Talon in a heavy support slot. It is a proper chew on now to try and fit some of this stuff in. So I think that's part of the problem as well. And even elites, generally are really
heavy assaults. I mean, Vanguard is super difficult to.
Yeah, whereas breachers will just quite happily go into your primary detachment in the troops choice, right? I mean, they're 40 points more expensive than a tactical squad, and they're only line 1 rather than line 2. But I can see them being a bit more.
Well, they do have the shield wall to give them +1 toughness.
Yeah.
They've got a invulnerable save, so I can tell you in a second, because I've got some in a
5 up in
list.
5 up in. So for an extra 40 points. I mean, they don't get through the Legion, obviously, but they've still got bolters. So yeah.
And if you're an Imperial Fist player and you take Alexis Pollux, he can join that squad, and they can deep strike.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, I think for the extra 40 points, I would almost certainly opt for breaches, I think. But again, getting them onto objectives is still going to be tricky, and they're heavy enough, I think, so they can't run, if I'm not mistaken.
And in previous editions, they've been really good at getting charged. As in, is someone you put these on an objective, they get charged, they're going to hold that objective pretty well compared to, say, a tactical squad. I don't know if that's the same in this edition, but...
I was thinking the other day is apothecaries. Who's taking apothecaries in this edition?
Yeah, not many people, because you have to use a reaction for them now, don't you, to get them to work.
And also, they're super hard to put in. They're super hard to put in your list. I'm sorry, it just must be talking about holding points to suddenly everything just or breacher with an apothecary.
I
think
those. You don't see it like you don't see dreadnoughts anymore. Really, I don't think I've seen many of those kicking about. I think the sort of meta, if you like, has shifted into a different direction. But as we know, as our 10 years of experience will tell us, that what was good in the previous edition, gets nerfed to back.
That should be the Edge of Empire T-shirt. What was good is now trash.
It sounds a little bit like a Game of Thrones, house motto, isn't it? That is dead, will not die.
Should we see what it is in Latin?
That what was good in last edition will be crap in this one. Would make a very good house, Edge of Empire.
Good.
Game of Thrones, that kind of thing going on there.
Edition is now.
Oh, he's going to do some bizarre translation now.
English to Latin. Quod bonum erat in edition proxima, nunc pessium est.
Nunc pessium est. Not bad.
Is now terrible.
Mouthful. But there we go.
There we go. That's what it'll be on the Edge of Empire banner.
Very cool.
What was good is now terrible.
Yes. What's next, Mr. B?
Okay, moving on. I mean, it's to be honest, the rest of the new releases are all focused very much on your Legions Imperialis. So we've got the Saturnine Battle Group. That is basically Saturnine stuff for Heresy. I think that was basically you got a couple of Mastodons in there, which was quite good. It was 129 again. It's still in stock. You got like 9. Oh, not quite 9. You got 8 Saturnine Dreadnoughts, a bunch of Saturnine Terminators, some Vindicators, Arachne platforms, a couple of Fire Raptors, and some Mastodons. So that was pretty good. Good expansion for.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
Yep. Then we had the 2 combined arms battle groups, basically battle forces. These again still in stock. I was tempted by one this month, but I kind of needed to expand my solar, so I got a combat force for those instead. In thingy, but these are really good box sets. Again,
how much
still in stock. Sorry,
how much are they?
129. But obviously you can get them cheaper elsewhere. 20, you're 15% off Element Games. And these, for example, the one for the Legions Astartes. You got 2 command squads, 8 tactical legionaries, 2 Terminator squads, 2 assault marines, 4 support legionaries, 4 contemptors, 4 leviathans, 4 Derrideos, 4 rapiers, 4 tarantulas, 4 Kratoses, 4 Sicarans, 6 Land Raider Proteuses, and 6 Xiphon interceptors. So
it's not bad, is it? It's
not
quite
bad
a cool
at all.
little force. I've got quite a lot of Legion PI stuff now, so I probably don't need anything.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Right, and then again, more stuff for Legion Imperialis. You've got your Saturnine Heavy Cargo, which is basically your standard box for Saturnine Terminators and Dreadnoughts and command squads. You've got your Arachne weapons platforms, and then your Space Marines Super Heavies, which is your Falchions and Ascalons. That's the Flamer Super Heavy, and your Fellblade and Glaive. And they're all £32.50. And finally,
I wonder if Hearts of Wales are going to come over to. You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
I would hope so. I'm not sure how much a Flamer Super Heavy will be in large scale for 30k, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope it'd have to be pretty devastating, to be honest with you, because it's going to be 700 points. So
yeah,
one assumes at least.
We'll see. And then finally, the Journal Strateger for your Legions Imperialis, the Runes and Salamanders, which focus very much on the drop site massacre.
Okay, cool.
So
nice.
Yep, that was pretty much that. So
I think that we're going to play some of that this year, aren't we? We've also got a brand new rule book and stuff.
I would very much like to. So that was the new releases for this month. So shall we head into what we've been up to?
Yeah, why not?
Hello. So what we've been up to is the next section of the show we're going to be talking about. So we'll start with Chris, because I know you've been preparing for our trip away in February. So what have you been up to in terms of hobby?
Yeah, so I've been I have a number of models, my Breacher squads, my Phalanx squads for my Imperial Fist army, that are so old and unloved by me that they are still on 25mm bases, which is a thing, as Graham pointed out mere moments ago. If you were the same age as the show, potentially, you may never experienced Marines on 25mm bases, because they're now on 32mm bases. So, yes, we're going away for a game weekend in February, and I'm going to take a combined Blood Angels Imperial Fists. Well, it's Imperial Fists with Blood Angels allies detachment, which is less fun than it used to be, making allied detachments, because trying to get certain units in is pretty difficult now.
Well, you can take any other of the auxiliary detachments.
Yeah, I really want to take my Dawn Guard, my Dawnbreakers, and Dawnbreakers are an elite choice.
Yeah, they.
And you can't get logistical benefit from.
You can. There's a
You can, there's a
prime
prime
benefit for the
Right,
HQ,
okay.
but that's the only logistical benefit you can get. They only have one prime benefit in a allied detachment. So it kind of makes things pretty complicated in terms of trying to make an allied detachment.
Can't you change? I was working thinking about this, and might have this wrong. Can't you take the other auxiliary detachment? I don't know if it is an auxiliary detachment though. Is the officers one where you can take 2 Centurions?
Possibly.
Officer cadre.
Officers cadre, yeah. And then, but that's got a iron halo around it, so I don't know whether you can. And this is a question actually. Can you take more than one logistical benefit in an army?
Yes.
Yes,
You just can't
can.
take it in the same detachment.
Yeah, but if someone tried it on whatever it is, that app that isn't Battlescribe that we
New
use,
Recruit.
New Recruit, it moans about it. But I was thinking because you could change them.
It only moans about it if it's in the same detachment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so in your Crusades, you've got 2 prime benefit units, like a troop and a HQ. You can't take a logistical benefit on both.
Both of those. No, but you could take, like I say, you could take Paragon of Battle with your Centurion if you've got one in that, and then a logistical benefit for your troops, which is probably the sensible thing to do. And then with one of your detachments could be another officer cadre, which has also got, I think, got a prime benefit, which you could then do another logistical benefit off of, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you can do it. You can.
But you have to have then 2 Centurions in your army, which is a 100-point tax, effectively.
Yeah. Let me just bring up that.
Whereas in the good old days, it was just you can take one of every force.
Take the force one. So, and also that's an Apex detachment. So yeah, the only way you can get that is through.
So you couldn't do that part of a.
And allied detachment's got 2 HQ choices, or 2 command, not high command, 2 command, and 4 troop choices. And only one of the command is a prime.
Yeah. Like, so you can't take an Apex detachment, you can't have 2 Apex.
And
well, you can.
If you take the logistical benefit of having the officer cadre to get the second set of officers, you only gain 1 logistical benefit because you've used a logistical benefit to get that unit. You don't get.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, so yes, logistical benefit. Take the army to the vanguard, and get them in there. But I wanted to take the Incendious as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nope, I can't do that.
Yeah.
So yes, and things like the Angel's Tears. They are shock assault, I think. Off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Again, can't take those. So it's just going to be, allied detachments. Nowhere near as much fun or use as they used to be. So it may come close to the time. I fear it may end up being Imperial Fist allied detachment on the Blood Angels. Just because of the things I want to take in it. But yeah, it's.
As we spoke about earlier, it's the hardest thing is trying to actually fit the stuff that you have into an army. These days, it's been difficult.
It's super tricky.
Yeah.
But it has meant that I've got almost every heresy model other than the demons out to try and work out what is there and what's usable, and tidy things up and patch bits and pieces. So that's one positive thing out of the whole thing. But yes, the list building for that weekend has gone through a number more iterations than the Spitfire did in 6 years. of the Second World War. At this point in time, it's like, oh no, that's can I get the Cerberus in there? No, Cerberus can't fit. Can I get a Spartan in there? Well, possibly.
Yeah, not easy. Heavy transport.
Again, prime benefit from someone.
That's why I think Ultramarines have low-key got the best auxiliary detachment.
Or you take the Warlord detachment, but that does also require you take a Warlord.
Why? What's the Ultramarines detachment you're talking about?
Demi company. You basically take. You've got I think it's a support. I can't remember the other bits and bobs, but you get a HQ option. The HQ has to be an Opte, but
that's why I've ignored it.
But the Opte gets a logistical benefit.
Right. So Primus, 2 troops, 1 jet bike thing, 1 support unit, and primary
attack.
That's it. Whatever it's called now.
Yeah. So basically,
strike
essentially is a 50 point or whatever an Opte costs tax, and then you get your logistical benefit. And because it's a HQ, it generates another option to take another detachment. So basically, whatever you want in the army, if you can't fit it in, as long as you've got the points for an Opte, as essentially an upgrade to it.
Okay.
And as a prime attachment with Ultramarines may select the hollow attachment. Yeah.
Well, there you go. What's it called again?
But it's the Primus Demi Company.
Primus Demi Company. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, an additional attachment choice. The problem is, though, it's not really are you going to be struggling to put another command choice in? Are you going to be struggling to put 2 more troops?
Well, not necessarily, but the option to put in things like your support option, your logistical benefit. I think fast attack. I think it's a really good.
I wouldn't go. It's not to say it's amazing, but
I would only do it. I would only do it to get the logistical benefit.
Oh yeah, I mean that is just its main advantage there. I think.
Yeah. I suppose if you've got fast. I mean, during the demo game yesterday, I was sort of explaining that the kind of best attachments you want are the ones that you can fill all 3 slots with, or whatever, rather than having one detachment that's just got 1 unit in.
Yeah, no, totally.
Because that means you've used up one of your allocated auxiliary detachments just for one thing. So you basically, it's like a glorified logistical benefit at that point. So it's better to try and fill. So if you are taking a different detachment, like the one that's very good, I think, is for the Sons of Horus it might be a general one, is the Supremacy Cadre. So it's a Sons of Horus one, but it's got 1 elite slot, 2 troops choices, and 1 heavy assault choice.
Yeah.
So that, there's everything in there is useful. Because you've got just air in the elite slot. You can put an assault squad in the troops choice, and you can put Arriva aggressors or terminators in the heavy assault squad. So like that kind of detachment is super useful because the 3 things that you have in there are kind of handy.
Useful. Yeah.
Sometimes you might get 1 with elite, and then the other 2 might be fast attack or recon or something. So actually, I haven't got anything really useful in this area. So yeah, all right, cool. Anyway,
that's what I'm on up to the moment.
I was actually doing quite a lot of painting, so I want to get my Mechanicum finished by the end of the year. So I had a bit of a rethink of the army because it's not doing very well, and I'm struggling to get it to work. So I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to use all automata. I'm going to have nothing in my army except big robots.
All automata, all the time.
All the time, yeah. And I managed to pull it off. So I bought 2 Domitars, which are lovely models, actually. I've got to say, and and I'd bought 2 Castellax off Andrew at the club, old Forgewell ones as well, and got a brass scorpion printed. Friend of Phil printed me a brass scorpion, so I bought that off him. So basically, I was spending my time getting them finished. So now I have an army full of automata. At last, I shall take over the world with my robots. So it's just all robots basically. So really quite cool. Obviously, I've got the tanks because you have to have tanks. But yeah, I'm quite pleased with them. I'm pleased the way they turned out. Weirdly enough, I painted the Domitars with the head being half silver and half metallic red.
Yeah.
And then looked in the book, and there's a picture of them with half exactly the same paint scheme, which was kind of weird and nice. So yeah, but I really like the Domitar model, and actually they're pretty useful in, as a unit. They're not bad at all. They've got the Cyclone missile launcher, so that's actually quite good, and they're quite tough. So cheaper than a Decimator as well, which is weird. But so yeah, in my army I've got 2 of them, 2 Decimators, 6. Though I'm going to probably cut it down to 4 Castellats because they've been a bit disappointing, to be honest with you. Particularly the multi-melter one. It just seems to be really rubbish. So I think I might have to try and find some more Darkfire Lances or and change the multi-melter for Darkfire Lances.
And they only give you 1 Darkfire Lance in the pack, don't they?
They totally do. Or I might put them with just the heavy bolters, what they're called, Maxima bolters, or I can't remember what they're called. The Mechanicum sort of special bolters, and that's a different type of Castellats, which goes in like the troop section. So yeah, but I think, like I say, the multi-melter ones have just been really disappointing. So real shame. But yeah, so all good. So I've got a full army of all robots, and I can either have the Brass Scorpion as my Lord of War choice, or my Pho-Ten as my Lord of War choice, or if I'm feeling particularly nasty, the Atropos, which is very good now. As my choices. So the Brass Scorpion was fun to paint. I painted it with the new Vallejo metallic paints. They've got true metallic now, and that's true metallic red. And they've got there's like 4 colours in the thing. It's like a shade, a light, a sort of base, and an airbrush colour. And so you can kind of mix and match those. But yeah, that was quite good fun. I was originally going to do it sort of see-through, like the classic Forge World Brass Scorpion.
Oh yeah.
I just couldn't be bothered. So I decided I'm just going to go with metallic red. It was good enough. So I'm quite pleased with them.
Again, it looks really good in person.
It is good.
So yeah, so that was that. Yeah, and I did Iron Warriors for my next army. I started with a Master of Signals, so got him painted as well. So all good. What about yourself, Mr. B?
Right. Myself, I did. Well, I paint. Oh no, that's the wrong slide. I painted. What did I paint? I got a couple of bits of terrain up. I painted 2 basically fallen heads from Titans, a Warhound and a Warlord head that I found on, I think it was Thingiverse. Just printed them up. I was quite happy with those. And then I painted up a squad of veteran breachers for my Imperial Fist, which is all my Imperial Fist models that I have. I sort of had ready to rock and roll, all painted now. So
nice, that's good.
I'm quite happy with those, and they are all armed with chargers, Volkite chargers, because that was because it used to be quite good back in the last edition. I don't know if it's any good anymore, but we shall see.
I think they might be good actually, because I think they might be assault weapons,
possibly.
And if they are, they're very good because it means that you can use them in volley fire.
Yeah,
where you can't use bolt guns in volley fire. I realised the other day because they don't have the assault rule.
No, that sounds about right.
So unless you have the implacable advance rule, you can't use bolt guns in volley fire. You use bolt pistols, but not bolt guns.
Okay, right. In terms of gaming, I think we played the not that one. Long Gaming Day. We had. Let's see. It's here's some photos from that. We played a list of 5,000 points plus a Warhound Titan each.
Yes,
and then you took a Khitan and a Brass Scorpion on top for extra Laws of War. And I think
what I want on top, it was in my 5,000.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. It's extra
to be quite clear.
It's just
I took 5,000 points, and I added a Khitan, and I added a Warhound, and I added a Brass Scorpion. And
that was all within the points. Yeah, sorry, I didn't need to imply otherwise. But
didn't that happen at one of the very early Company Legends, where someone just went, "Yeah, I'm just going to bring everything," and then just brought literally everything.
Oh yeah.
And it was like, how have you got this on the table? Oh well, it's Apocalypse, isn't it? There's no points. I was like, yeah, we said there were points.
Yeah, God, I remember that now. Blimey, one of the highlights.
That was fun. But
Yeah.
yes, no, it was it was a good game. Good game.
I really enjoyed this game, and there was lots of because I just took all of my Mechanicum,
Mhm.
everything I had for the Mechanicum, and Michael, you were Ultramarines, I want to say.
Ultramarines and Solar Auxilia.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And it didn't quite go to plan for me. So we kind of played a custom mission that I sort of made up a couple of days before, but we played it on 2 6x4 tables, but we had them in a
staggered
offset basically. So you had, rather than having 2 6x4 tables to make a 12x8, we just moved them for 2 foot each way. So you basically had sort of a 2x2 bit at the end, and then like the main bit. But that meant you could get to all bits of the battlefield, rather than if you go 12x8, it's very hard to get. 6x8 rather. It's very hard to get into the middle of the battlefield to actually move stuff around. So we did that, and then we had some objectives, and I sort of thought about like Hell Let Loose scenarios. So you basically had to capture. There were 5 objectives, 2 like on each side of the board, effectively, and 1 in the middle. And the one in the middle was worth 9, but the other 2 you had to capture before you could capture the one in the middle. So a bit like sort of capping them in Hell Let Loose before you can move on, kind of thing. So all more battlefieldy, I suppose. So yeah, so that seemed to work quite well actually. But Michael got onto the objectives very quickly with his rhinos full of geezers. And I had to try and get my guys on there. To be fair, I had 2 Triaruses full of tech thralls, but I didn't have 3 things to sort of capture. I had 2 things. So that meant getting the other scoring things I had with the automata, because obviously I had tech priests and Magos with them, but they don't go very quickly.
No,
and it was quite a way to go. And obviously Michael had the advantage of rhinos and Spartans to get his troops or land raiders to get his troops and his scoring units where he needed them to be. So so
I mean, it helped. I think I just had more as well, because I also had 2 units of las riflemen.
You did, and autocannons, I believe.
There was a squad of autocannon men. Yeah, there was a support squad of but they don't have line.
No, they don't. But so, and like you say, you had your las, so you could put your sort of cheap and cheerful Solar Auxilia on the sort of capping objectives, and then put the stuff that could actually, dish it back on the central objective.
Yep, and that seemed to work.
It did, yeah. The Titans were very good, actually.
Oh, the Titans are a lot of fun.
They are much better in this edition.
Didn't it do something particularly horrible when it went?
Yeah, it was excellent, and and that was really cool.
And it was excellent. He says, like an 11-year-old who's just discovered fireworks for the first time.
Yeah, it's Mr. B's camera's gone.
Yep, sorry about that. I'll be back in a moment.
All right. Yeah, no, it was truly cool, because they've obviously borrowed a thing or two from Titanicus. So, like, whereas in previous editions, you'd shoot a Titan and it would have X number of hull points.
Yeah.
And that would be that. Whereas now you have feet, carapace, head, or guns or arms to shoot at. And each one of them's got its own separate profile in terms of like armor values and hit points. And if you sort of destroy one of them or get it down to 0 hull points, it's got its own effects. And it's got this concept of critical. So if you take all of the hull points off something, it's then becomes critical. So its armor value goes down as well.
Yeah.
And what was really cool about it was that I kept shooting his Warhound Titan in the chest, and every time you do it, it's got like a sort of knock-on effect where it degrades the performance of the thing. So its weapon skill and ballistic skill, whatever, gets worse. Its strength of its weapons get worse if you destroy them, and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Which was really cool. And in the end, I managed to get a hit where it sort of did a cascading explosion and just turned his poor old Warhound into a supernova.
Yeah, so everything that was in 6 inches, I think, basically died. That was half your tech thralls, 2 of my tanks, and then everything else took within 12 took a bigger hit, another hit, but not quite as. I think it was like something like stupid, like strength 12.
The first initial hit, strength 16, damage 8.
Yep.
Now, if you've got any tanks anywhere near it, unless they're like a Spartan, they're just dead.
Yep.
Which was quite funny. And then it sort of went out from there. But the sort of last level is like everything on the board, regardless, takes a strength 4 hit. I think it was something
like that.
You know, so it's like a proper explosion. It was very, very cool and quite unexpected.
It wiped out your tech thralls, which basically stopped you from scoring.
Stopped me from scoring. Yeah, I was just about to turn the tide, and I'd sort of separated my, I'd sort of captured the objectives with other things, so I could get the tech thralls onto the central objective and start scoring some points. And then the Titan blew up, and obviously they got no armor, and it just annihilated them. Just like 40 of them, just like off the board because I blew the bloody Titan up. But there's other cool things, like if you blow the legs of a Titan off, it will collapse. And there's like rules for what happens when it collapses on models and stuff. So I really recommend playing with Titans because they are a huge amount of fun now.
Yeah, it's a lot more interesting.
And the plasma blast gun is much better, as we found out, didn't we?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty useful.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah,
that was really good fun. Actually, it was a lovely surprise to read the rules out and realise what the hell was going on.
Yeah, I was like, "What on earth? I lose this." All right, okay. So you're and there's little things like if you hit in the carapace and you do your damage, it'll on a certain result, it won't do anything, but it will make it easier to hurt it next time.
Yeah. And there's a really cool rule for assaulting Titans, and you can only hit the legs, but it's quite a dangerous thing to do. But if you've got anti-grav, you can hit any part of the body. So the kind of inference is that, if you've got jetpacks, you're sort of jetpacking up to the middle or the head and smacking it about with your close combat weapons, which I think is very cool. So they've really given it some serious thought. I think Titans now are a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. It's not necessarily great like it used, it's not like it's an auto win because it's such a massive amount of points and weapons, but it's a lot of fun to play with.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't feel overpowered. I mean, they felt nicely balanced because you can shoot the guns off them quite easily, actually.
And then because you were concentrating on my guns, and once they were damaged, it was hard to bring them back.
Yeah. So yeah, really cool. Thoroughly enjoyable. I really enjoyed that game, actually. Big games can sometimes be a bit of a drag, but that was really good fun.
I think 4 turns also really does help for big games too.
Yeah. But yes, you won that one, Mr. B.
Yes, I did. I think again, simply because I had the disposable troops to put on objectives quite early in the in my deployment zone, whereas your troops were, whilst they were disposable, you were struggling to get them on there as fast.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, good times. The other games I played, I had a game against Dean's Iron Warriors, which was a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. They're quite a good army, the Iron Warriors, and they're one that I'm going to do next year. There are a couple of units that I was impressed with. Certainly, which Mr. B's helping me out with, is the Siege Tartarus Terminators with autocannons, because autocannons are great now. Free shot if you stay still. And they're just, rending on 6s or breaching on 6s.
They can do the statuses as well, can't they? So,
yeah, I mean, they're just really good autocannons. Really good, whatever they are, really good thing. And again, the Iron Warriors have got some cool rules as well. But it was quite a tricky fight, that one. I think Dean won that as well. And then finally, I had a game last night against David at the club. Intro getting into Heresy. That was great fun.
What's he playing now?
Horus, and I had Sons of Horus as well. So I deliberately took my Sons of Horus because I figured it would be easier as a beginner to sort of just have one army and we can talk about the rules.
Yeah,
we had a lot of fun with that. I went through a challenge, did that with him. It was good. But I sort of managed to get onto objectives quite quickly in that, which again was something that sort of explaining to him. You need line units, but you need to get your line units onto the objectives as quick as possible. And having a master signals, which can change a vanguard unit to line, was super useful because I had assault troops, which you can do that trick with.
Yeah.
So you can get your assault troops onto objectives, the middle of the board objectives first turn. If you use your master signals and you pass an intelligence test, you can make them line so they can score. If it's 2-point objective, that makes them line 1, so they get 3 points. Stuff like that, super useful. And Vanguard as well. Sort of talking about Vanguard, and I managed to get one of his units off the objectives with my Justarian, because they're Vanguard 3, but I had Malagurst with them, so that makes them Vanguard 4. So how to score points basically. So yeah, good times. That's some good games.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm definitely the Sons of Horus, particularly the Justarian, are a much better unit in this edition. They've also got 4 attacks, which is better than most Terminators.
Yeah. Oh, and Lightning Claws. When I did get to play with Lightning Claws in a long gaming day.
Yeah, they really are good. And the other thing about Sons of Horus, which is really good, is they do volley fire at full ballistic skill. So that makes them super useful. You don't have to use an Overwatch reaction to do that. They're always full ballistic skill for volley fire.
Yeah.
So for things, as long as you're volley firing things, particularly with Bane Strike bolters, or if you, rather than doing the pursue after action kind of thing that you can do at the end of a combat, volley fire again, you've done them down quite easily. So yeah, quite cool. So yeah, good times.
Nice. That's what we like. Nice times all round.
Yeah. Next month commitments. I'm going to build I'm building some more Gundam models, so I want to kind of get them done.
Yeah.
First, I need a little bit of a break from painting, but the next big project is going to be the Iron Warriors, of which I have lots of stuff to do now. So that's going to be my 39, basically very similar to the Lift Challenge one that we did. And I'm going to basically make something up around that kind of concept. So with Saturnine and Saturnine Dreadnought, Saturnine Terminators, the Saturnine Command Squad and stuff like that. So, what are you doing, Mr.
What
B?
are you doing, Mr. B?
Oh, sorry, I was just taking something out of a packet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what you're up to, Mr. B. Bit in foil, dessert spoon. We know how you get through your recording sessions.
I picked up a couple of bits for Goliath rock grinders today from Tesco.
Is that what you're doing? Grinding some rocks?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, that is Hartlepool. It's going to get to you eventually.
It will.
So yeah, that's my plan. I think I've got a lot of things to build, like a ton of things to build for that army.
Yeah.
So I might make a start. I bought Cerberus as well for Christmas. That was on special.
Very nice.
So I think I might knock that up first and see how that goes. Yeah, I bought some spray, some paints to do that with, because I'm going to kind of follow the Games Workshop. They did a thing about how to paint Iron Warriors, and I think that's quite easy, which is basically lead belts with spray, Nuln oil, Bob's your niece at that point. So yeah, all good.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking forward to starting them, but
nice.
That'll probably be a whole year project, I think. So there's a lot of stuff there.
Another catch up on that too.
And
yeah, there is, and I've still got an Alpha Legion to build and paint as well. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that. That might go to the next available bring and buy sale that is in the area, along with the Solar Auxilia and the.
Isn't that Saturday?
I unfortunately didn't get a table this year. Sold out, which was a real shame, because normally they advertise it on the Durham group, and they hadn't done it this year, and I didn't realise it was on, and so I found out too late. So unfortunately, otherwise I would be down there with some serious stuff to sell.
I know Durham Raid is going to be doing another one, because I was speaking to Andrew, because I was like, hey, you know what we could do, which would be really cool, like a little event to like show off all the little games that people like to play. And then he was like, oh yeah, we've been thinking of doing that for like the next sales day. I was like, all right, then I'm glad someone else has had the idea, so I don't have to do it. So I was like, there's games like Moonstone and Infinity and stuff that they've got dedicated player bases, but not a lot out there. So I was like, it would be cool to kind of have tables set up so people can have a demo of some of the games. And
that's a good idea. The last sales one.
Don't forget, Graham, you have the entire Seventh Army to build as well.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Yes, I'm going to bully Graham into doing that.
Yeah, I've got that to build. I've got the Legion Imperialis painted, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I have got bolt action to build as well. So that might actually take precedence over the Iron Warriors, because I think it's time to start playing bolt action. So I might go with that instead as my next thing, rather than, because I've got enough heresy stuff to be going on with for the time being. So there might be a nice,
because you asked for a Matilda. I'll just finish that.
Yes, that's fantastic.
Finest of
the
finest of all tanks.
So I've got my 2 Fireflies. I've got my Cromwell, and a Nano and Matilda to add to my armor company, and I've got the box set from Warlord Games, which is very good value. So yeah, looking forward to that. Got a good painting guide which you shared with us, Chris, which was like quite a quick way of painting British soldiers. So yeah, all good.
Should be good. That will be good.
Chris, just getting your stuff ready for February.
Just getting stuff ready for February. Yeah, that's it pretty much.
Have you thought about your skirmish into bolt action?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I do. I know what I'm going to. Well, I know I'm going to just start, and then I have a plan for later down the line as well, because I want to do 8th Army to start with
in the desert.
Because why not?
Yep.
And I might then, at some point, a long way down the line, do an American Airborne.
Oh, that'd be good. Like Easy Company.
Yeah, like Easy Company, and then chuck a few American tanks in there as well, just to bulk it out. But that's the bolt action plan. But yeah, it's sort of
Mr. Beacon, Mr. Oberleutnant Otrol can knock up some.
He's kind of doing me a Matilda, I think.
Yeah, the Matilda that's already done.
Yeah, so that's for 8, it's mostly troops, and depending on what area I'm going to go, whether I go sort of late and put a Sherman 3, I think it's Sherman 3 into it or not. I haven't yet decided, but yeah, I'm super excited about that game, because the rules are a lot. They seem anyway less confusing than Heresy can be at times. I haven't got to worry about a million things, different weapon strengths or anything like that. It seems much more toned down in that regard. So yes, I'm excited about playing that.
The only thing I'm worried about is painting models, because it is a little bit rivet countery. Heresy, I can get away with it, right? Because Sons of Horus I paint them, somebody else paints them, they look very different. Whereas I think particularly the armor, like getting the armor right, is probably quite
getting the right. Yeah, that might be tricky, but I think there's enough resources, enough things out there to make it.
Yeah,
it's not like you're going from a fantasy point of view where there's of interpretation. You can go and get the specific color of olive drab or whatever that tank was, or that uniform, uniform was. So it's not like it's not crazy hard to achieve. It's not like you're doing Napoleonic kind of stuff, which I think if I look at some of those armies, I'm just like, oh, hello, let's just stay away from that craziness. Let's not do the hussars.
I've always fancy. I mean, every time I've seen it, and they've done. Sometimes they do Napoleonic at the club, and they'll do like a big battle. And it always looks amazing. I think.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's the only instance I would play that game is if I was doing a stupidly large, the whole of Waterloo.
They've got all the regiments, all painted up in the right colours with the right flair. And they were like little 6 mil, aren't they? The
yeah, exactly.
Some of them are, yeah. I mean, you get to a certain age, and I think you start kind of fancying a drawer full of Napoleonics just to.
Yeah. I don't know.
It doesn't
appeal enough with Epic at that scale, to be fair. So
it doesn't appeal to me. I think I'm much more. Let me build my Thompson rifle and a big thing that goes boom. That on tracks is what is more my vibe than muskets at dawn.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Well, let's go on to the State of the Union.
I'll just do my hobby commitments quickly. So
no, I want to
get
nothing for you. I said good day, sir.
Finished for February. That Greg gave me for my birthday. I've got the camo pattern roughly down. It's starting to come along together.
Got it. Is that the one I gave you? Did you say?
It is. Yes.
Oh, nice. That was really good. Did you manage to strip it down all right?
I did. Yeah. It's been fine. And then I got this the other day. I need more las riflemen. And honestly, it was like you look at it and you're like, so it's 40 odd pounds for a squad of las riflemen for this with a tank and 2 sentinels, and it's like it's 85. I think I paid for.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So it's like
bit of a no-brainer.
It is.
Well, like I said, I bought an Age of Darkness, not Age of Darkness, Saturnine box for £100.
Oof. Oh yeah, I saw there was a few of them on sale over Christmas.
And I was like, I'm just going to have to buy it because it's like you say, you buy a box of something at 60 quid. It's like, well, actually, for £100, I can get all of this stuff. Now, whether I'll ever paint all of this stuff is another matter altogether, but I had to have it. So here we go. Cool. All right, State of the Union.
That'll do your Iron Warriors, like.
No, I already had one that I hadn't even opened. I'm getting into your territory of, the pile of shame. Because, back in the day, I used to be very diligent that I wouldn't buy anything to finish painting stuff. That's your influence upon me has
long since
destroyed.
Gone.
Long since gone. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Absolutely.
Actually, I just need to show you guys something for 1 second.
Oh.
He's disappeared.
He's gone. So yes.
Oh no, I think he's back.
He's back. Here we go. Sorry for the delay, which will entertain ourselves in the interim.
This is super cool.
Alrighty. Oh, is that one of the Joy Toys?
It's the Joy Toy, one of the Dawnbreakers.
Nice.
Wow. That is cool.
I very kindly got for my birthday.
That's nice. That is a great present.
That is beautiful.
A great present. And he's got a flying base, so he stands up and he flies.
That is nice.
I have seen people play like full-on games with armies of those, and I'm like,
that's insane.
That is insane, and at the same time, kind of
cool as sort of hilting with them. You could do, couldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. But
I think at that point it definitely becomes men with their expensive dollies territory.
Well, the thing is, how would you have to have a full warehouse? Sort of, I'm trying to think. Now, how would that scale up as 4x4? You would have to have like a car park, practically.
Yeah.
I mentioned those to the girls a bit ago, and they were like, "That is a terrible name for a company."
I can see where you're coming from. Yeah. If you didn't know the context of that, you could certainly say, "What is a Joy Toy?"
Well, I mean, you put Joy Toy in one hand, Bad Dragon in the other. I mean,
oh God, Jesus!
Oh my word!
Heavens to Betsy. Well,
okay. For those of you who don't know what those are, the fact that those two know what they are should
not Google that.
Don't Google it.
Should definitely alarm some of you a great deal.
I've been on the internet long enough.
Very different names, but you'd think,
you'd think one would be about fantasy figures and the other one would be about marital aids, whereas in fact, the complete opposite is true.
It's the complete opposite is true.
Yes. Okay. Very good. Right. Let's move very swiftly on to the State of the Union.
Yeah, not a lot going on, to be honest. So give me 1 second. Okay, State of the Union. So, what's been going on with the Union? in the last month or so. There's not actually that much to be going on. So, Graham, would you like to start us off?
Yep, absolutely. So, Games Workshop previewed the Ruin of the Salamanders book for Legion Imperialis, which we talked about, which introduces the Saturnine units to the game. A story campaign-wise focus on the drop site massacre and the part of the Salamanders in that battle, and their losses at the hands of the Word Bearers and the Iron Warriors, the wretches. So yeah, not looked at it, but I'm guessing they're starting again with Legion Imperialis, so might as well start at the beginning.
Yeah, they kind of had a bit of a reset of the game, so
Yeah, cool.
It's all good. Okay. Part of Grotmus, we got ourselves a oh, not that one. We did get ourselves a brand new set of painting guides. Yeah, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. These were not amazing, I don't think.
Okay,
I think
they were okay, but they were uninspiring. I think it's kind of
they were basically here's a list of paints and a color plate. I mean, it's fine. It's nice to have them, but I think they were not. Yeah, they could have been better.
It was a shopping list, and that's kind of what it was. If you want to paint a Dark Angel, you need to buy these 17 paints. I think only just looking at the Dawnbreaker one and at the Dark Angels one, sorry. And the only two colours that appear more than once are Abaddon Black and Eshin Grey. I think everything else appears only once. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
I mean, to be fair, there were some paints that are, you don't need to buy this. You can just simplify it by not buying a couple of paints.
You can buy the simplified one that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's not massively simplified if it's most of
them. I mean, you're right there. I mean, it's a shopping list, right? It's just like, these are the colours. It doesn't really tell you how you use those colours. I just look at the Iron Warriors one, for example. It's like,
my main complaint about them would be that they're talking about, oh, hey, do this soft shade with this layer paint.
How do you do it?
And they're like not saying, oh, well, how do you? Yeah, exactly. That would be my.
It's a chunky highlight. Sounds like.
Well, let me tell you, there was, what does this mean?
I've been called a chunky highlight.
You have, and I was there when it happened.
Here comes Graham, the chunky highlight that he is. There we go.
Yeah, like a 70s BBC TV show.
Well, it feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah,
oh,
definitely.
I like it. Chunky highlight. So let's not go down this avenue, because that's how we end up making 2-hour documentaries about that thing. Chunky highlight and his good time pals.
Good time chums.
I think in general it's just we had, when Betrayal at Calf came out, there was a PDF guy, it always might have been an EPUB guide that came out of that, and that was really, really very good. And it concentrated on, it did all the legions. It did a really nice thing, and I think that comparatively speaking, we haven't had a great painting guide from GW.
To be fair,
thanks to the
fair, they're all on YouTube anyway, aren't they? All of their Legion, like the one for the Iron Warriors, for example. You can get their content if you wanted.
Oh yeah. And for the Iron Warriors, I'd be like, Pete the Wargamer, he did an excellent one with contrast paints, and I'm like, do that one. Always do that one. It's great.
The problem is with this, or my problem with it is, are they in order of how I apply them?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I guess so. I mean, armor for the armor.
Do I do a soft shade before I do a deep shade?
What is a soft shade?
Do I do a highlight before I do a soft shade?
Honestly, I have no idea what the difference between a soft shade and a deep shade is. It's like,
that would be a useful thing to know.
Yeah, but they haven't. And I think that's why they're down. They're not very good because they're not explaining the techniques. As I said, I think Games Workshop have really, really gone backwards when it comes to painting guides. I mean, they had these little sort of mini ones they released a fair few years ago, mind. What they're called again? They had a Gene Steel Occult one, a Stormcast Eternal, a Deathwatch one. They were really, really, really good. Just very basic guides that sort of went into in depth on the main sort of cover army scheme, and then sort of did very what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of more simplistic guides that were more about the colours for the sort of ancillary, the side armies. So it explained in very big detail how you did. I'm thinking for the Gene Steel, I think it was Pauper Princes or Rusted Claw. It was like, this is how you do it. These are the techniques you use. And then for the other sort of sub factions, it was like, these are the colors you want to use. And it is essentially the same skills that we've taught you for the main faction. You're just replacing the colors.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yeah, as I said, painting guys wise, they've definitely gone backwards. Okay, right.
I don't like edge highlighters either. To be honest with you, never really. It just doesn't look right to me. I've got to be honest with you.
Edge highlight.
I've never been a fan of edge highlighting like that, particularly on black.
Yeah.
Nothing in the world looks like that when it's black, as far as I can.
Nope.
I mean, I'm just looking at the Sons of Horus one. They've got really sharp edge highlights there. It just looks weird. Anyway,
it's the same thing that I have with gold. Gold doesn't look bright when you alloy it, and you're alloying it because you're applying it into an armor.
Yeah.
So the gold elements of it are reduced, so it's never going to be a bright, shiny gold color.
Yeah.
I've always struggled. I've always struggled with getting gold right for like armor.
But I don't mean sort of painting wise. I just mean painting it, but how it's portrayed is always the thing that bugs me. Is that it's not how gold.
A lot of gold on this, because obviously it's got big gold panels for the edges. And so what I've started to do with gold is I put some like brown in the mix.
Yeah.
So I use Necron gold, or Necro gold rather, from scale 75 with like a little bit of brown in there, as well as Agrax Earthshade, and kind of mix that, which sort of tells to sort of dull it down quite nicely.
I tried to do some messing around with, I can't remember what, it was a random kit from something ages ago to try and get a nice gold, and I wanted like the purples and almost greens that you can kind of get in some of the recesses of like the older sort of alloyed gold. I don't know if that's actual real, or something I've just perceived looking at stuff, but
I mean, yeah, you can get green gold, which is a
oh no, it wasn't like a green gold. It was like I've just seen sort of like deep in the recesses of some older sort of goldy metal things, like stuff at the British Museum. There's like you get you'll almost get shades of green and.
Well, that's the verdigris on the alloy from the other minerals in it. It's not the gold doing that. It's the things that are in there with it.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah. From a chemistry point of view, gold doesn't really do that, but it's sort of like gold as a metal is soft as anything, and you can't use it really as.
Nope.
No, because it's very, very soft and very pliable.
Yep. That's why it's crazy as an armor. But anyway. Anyway, right. GW have done some things that I have lost the order of which. Right, there was a made-to-order window for some more recent terrain. These are great kits, and as a show, we find it mad these aren't available all year round. Do we?
Do we though?
Do we offer an opinion?
Well, just one person in the show that finds it infuriating that they can't buy their lovely terrain all year round.
Lovely. I mean, to be fair, he isn't entirely wrong. I'm not so the platforms and things I care very little about, to be honest with you. But the thing where the drills are dropping in, I think you could do some really cool things with termites as a sort of display thing. That would be very cool to be able to have that more available. And it is some reasonably good line of sight blocking stuff, which is always. But the platformy things can be gone as far as I'm concerned.
Mm. They are quite a bit. They're a pain to play on, actually. Those platforms, I think.
Yeah, because they're never level, and then
that's true.
they've always walked slightly, and
the big drill thing is very cool. I like that.
Yeah, that is very cool. And sleeves tend to snag on things when you
Just come with me. It needs to be below sleeve level, or else we're knocking over for sure.
When you're a chunky highlight,
like myself. Yeah.
I think it's more just the fact that if you look at what GW are offering in terrain, it's not a lot. And they used to offer some really nice terrain sets that were pretty basic. And they're just not offering those these days. It's very disappointing. And it's like terrain is a really important part of the hobby. And and
they're a model company that make games, whatever it is, isn't it? I can't remember what the tagline.
Yes, rather than a game company that makes models.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just sort of like when you go to clubs these days, they do tend to concentrate on that competitive L-shaped.
I was going to say the L-shaped stuff doesn't mean that all like terrain's fundamentally the same.
Yeah,
in terms of it, so the variations kind of gone out of it. So the only people that would probably have variation terrain is Heresy, really.
And that will all. That's probably been diluted because 40k players will have come into Heresy with that mindset of it should be level, or it should be equal terrain sort of vibe.
Yeah.
Which I don't like. I like
which
a little bit. I do like that, or sort of not quite equal. Anyway, okay, so all right, moving on. Graham, what have you got?
So what do we have? Well, I think
GW listened.
Have listened to the community's concerns around the limited editions, and they're moving to a print-on-demand model.
Yep.
Well, there you go. So how does that work?
Basically, if you want a limited edition of, say, well, it started with Era of Ruin, which was £50. I didn't mention it in the new releases because it wasn't available anymore. But it was basically, hey, we're going to do print on demand. We're not going to have them signed. They're not going to be numbered. They're just going to be print on demand for these nice shiny leather bound editions. And they did scouring like that as well. Although I have seen that some issues of copies of the scouring with numbers went out. So
there's going to be some occasional mix-ups in there. But 2 weeks to order these, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and again, I suppose it stops the scalpers the only way they can, can't they? Really,
it's just
if you make something
if you want a numbered one, if you're that fussy.
Yeah.
It's just the annoying thing of I have seen people who were like, "Oh, but I wanted my numbered and signed," and it's like, you were literally screaming for them to do it differently and not do it that way, and it's like you can't have both, and it's like because if you could end up with like 3,000 copies of one book, and that's 3,000. You've got. I mean, with Era of Ruin, it's an anthology that's written by half a dozen authors. That's half a dozen authors you've got to sort out getting a hold of these books and signing them, and some of them are in America. So
So I think it's a good move. It stops that like the servers crashing every time they try and put something limited out, and also I think gives it to the people that are actually fans of the series, not people just trying to make a few quid.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there were all sorts of things mentioned about, how can we fix this? I mean, the one that I thought would have worked really well for the limited editions with the signing and stuff was just make them exclusive to Warhammer Plus subscribers. I know it's a bit of a pain in the arse, but because you've got to pay for it, but there weren't many other solutions, but I think they've come up with one, but it's not pleased everyone, but
I think it's the best of best of a wide lot, if you like. So very cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, the situation at the minute with stuff like that is kind of terrible.
Well done, GW.
Scalpers will do what they want to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Scammer's going to scam.
Scalper's going to scalp.
Okay. Only thing I've got to say in this thing is, because I think this is all we really need to say, is Total War Warhammer 40k. That's it.
That's it.
I think if you're a fan of that genre of games, you're going to be very happy. If you're not, you won't care.
I mean, Creative, not the most popular company over the last couple of iterations of.
Yeah, I mean, Creative Assembly based in Horsham.
Yep.
Just up the road, literally. So, yeah, I mean, it's an obvious thing for them to do for sure. I think it would have been better if they'd done it in Heresy personally, but then they probably wouldn't have had the variation of
armies available.
And I suppose they could always do a Heresy version of the same engine, right? Because you've got all the assets.
Or a modded version. Someone's bound to do a mod version.
There's Heresy mods for Hearts of Iron 4, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
You can do the whole reconquering of Earth and stuff like that with it. So there's going to be a Heresy mod at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just, 40k is the wider.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the widest choice, isn't it? So it's.
And okay, they've got their Warhammer pedigree from the Warhammer Total War series, which I never played actually. I don't know if you played them, Mr. B.
I've got yes, I played a bit of Total War Warhammer 1. I bought the lot. But I've not played as much as I would like. I've basically played a few campaigns as dwarves, and that's about it.
So I used to really like them when they first came out. I mean, Total War Shogun, the first one was excellent, and the Rome one was brilliant.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one? It was like set in the Middle Ages.
There was the medieval one,
which was awesome as well. I can't remember what that one was called. That was really cool. Yeah, some really cool. There's some really good games there. But like I say, I think they probably got caught in that constant release cycle. I think, which probably diluted some of the stuff they were doing, because Sega would probably want them to release it all the time.
Well, I mean, Warhammer, Total War Warhammer is an absolute DLC pit.
Yeah,
which is so much DLC for Total War Warhammer.
Is there?
And not a lot of it is necessarily great value for money for what it.
What it seems to be adding in a lot of cases is literally new commanders and a few new units.
Yeah.
It's like I mean, I'm a sucker for it. I like, I'm going to get round to playing it, and it's going to be great.
You never are.
And I'm going to buy Skull Taker as an enemy. Not an enemy, a commander. And I'm like, Skull Taker. And then I'm like, now we get round to. But one of the cool things about Total War Warhammer is all three games sort of do work together.
Right.
And to be fair, I like Total Warhammer. It's a stupid name. Total War Warhammer.
Total War Warhammer. Yeah.
But like they've had commanders and units in there that are like not, you've had in the lore, but not really as a model. Like Dekala, who's one of the Slaneshi champions from really going back in the day.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah, I was just looking through the sort of releases of Total War games over the years. So yeah, Total War Shogun was the first one, 2000, year 2000.
That was ace.
That was excellent. Yeah. Medieval Total War, which I think was really, really good. I enjoyed that one. Rome Total War as well. So they're two belters off the back of each other, really.
And you could play, and the Rome one, I could even play it on my iPad.
Yeah.
At one point, which was just brilliant.
But that was and really cool games. Medieval 2 Total War, Empire Total War, which I don't remember that one, but I think I stopped playing them after that, because by that point I stopped playing PC games, I think. And that's the thing, they never really transferred very well. They never released them on consoles, because you can't play them on consoles. You need a mouse. There's Rome 2 in 2013, Total War 2, the Rome Total War Warhammer 2016.
It's basically done a game a year.
2017, 2018,
2019,
2020, 2022, 2023. Yeah. So yeah,
it's a big turnaround of.
They are. That is basically what their model is. So yeah. Oh, cool. Anyway, what do people think? Looking forward to Warhammer 40k's version. It looks very nice, I've got to say, from the screenshots.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool, but we'll see. Might be pants, but we don't know.
Yeah,
good multiplayer game, I suspect.
I don't know if I've ever played an RTS.
Well, I'll tell you a story about
I
RTS,
think
multiplayer RTS. When back in, and I'm trying to think how long ago this was, but it's probably coming up for 30 years, nearly. Simon and I used to. So this is back in the early days of computing. So this would have been, I think, 97, 98 maybe. I used to have a studio flat, and I'm using studio flat as a shorthand for a ropey bedsit.
Yeah.
In Hove, in East Sussex, and I used to live in the top of this sort of old Victorian house, where the windows didn't shut properly. It was bloody freezing all the time, or really, really hot in the summer. But it was, it was my space. And so Simon, my friend Simon, lived in London. I was working in IT at the time, so I had access to network cards and network equipment. So what would happen is he would come down on a Friday night, bring his computer and his monitor. And bear in mind, these are the days of big TV monitors, not your screens.
No.
And I would get the network cards, put the network cards on both our computers, and we would sit there and play Red Alert. I think it was. Yeah, Red Alert.
Yeah.
And we would not speak to each other for about 8 hours. While we had a sort of unwritten rules. We had our own sort of house rules, which were you couldn't attack the other person's harvesters until there were no resources left.
Yeah.
Right? And so the idea was that we would just sit.
Basically, had the Geneva Convention rules
up until the point where, in fact, it's a very good parallel for today, up until resources became so scarce that we ended up fighting over them. But the idea was you try and build the best base that you possibly could. And then, whilst having little skirmishes and, testing the defenses of your enemy, but eventually it would all just go to hell and you just end up, somebody would overpower the other one. It was a huge amount of fun, I've got to say. But it was amazing that we'd just like 6 hours straight without speaking to each other as we're trying to plot each other's respective downfalls.
If you want to start doing RTS on a Monday night, then that's fine. We can start.
Those RTSs take a long time, actually. They aren't quick unless you're playing, like a StarCraft bloody,
little mission.
It could do like 45,000 clicks a minute or something crazy, which they can do. Professional StarCraft players, and you do a Zerg or whatever it is, a Zerg assault, where you sort of do an alpha strike and win the game very quickly. I don't know whether I would want to do that. Like, even playing online against somebody, they're never over in it's not like a game of Battlefield, which is like 10 minutes. They're hours.
Yeah. It's like when I watch people play Hearts of Iron 4, and they're like, how to win in 15 minutes. I'm like, 15 minutes? I'm still sorting out the very basics in the first 15 minutes of a game. I'm still getting my construction order ready for the inevitable kickoff of the Germans. That's what I'm doing.
I haven't played in Hearts of Iron 4. It does sound like a lot of fun. But the problem is with me is that because I work all day on my computer, I want to try and get away. So if I'm gaming, I'm usually gaming on the console because I don't want to come back and game on my computer where I've been working all day.
Yeah.
So it sort of blurs the lines a little bit, but it is a game that it is quite tempting. I've got to be honest.
It's good fun, but it's not something you can just. You're not going to wrap it out in an hour.
Yeah. It's
because also you've got to have I don't know how it would work in multiplayer, because in single player at least you can put it in. You can speed lapse time. You can go right super fast. Get me to just sort of the background stuff out. Fine, I'll just do the things when they pop up that I've got to do. It can take care of itself for the time being. I don't know how that would work in a multiplayer situation, whether you can do that or not.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Mr. B, you've got a very noisy keyboard.
Sorry.
Honestly, I thought the cast
of are out for a little flamenco dance.
Flamenco dance. Arriba!
No, I do have a noisy keyboard.
Right. Okay. Well, that was a proper diversion down.
Proper diversion
street. Over to you, Chris.
Golden Demon returns to Adepticon. It's never going to come back home. So, Mr. Beast, that's disappointing. Look, it's not going to matter because by the end of this year, there'll be the great Euro-American War, and it's not going to matter where Adepticon or Golden Demon is.
Or if there is actually anywhere to put it after that.
Exactly.
The rubbles of civilization.
Exactly. It's not going to matter one jot. They are also hosting the Warhammer Experience in Tokyo, which is what's the Warhammer Experience where you act like a peasant until someone in green armor comes along and stomps you into the floor. Warhammer Experience.
No, the Warhammer Experience is going somewhere, buying some cheap plastic and coming back with no money at all.
That's it. And staring at the green you get some grey plastic and then you just stare at it, but you're not allowed to touch it.
Put the box away on a shelf somewhere and then go back and get some more.
Yeah, that's the Warhammer Experience.
Pretty much.
Well done, Tokyo. Enjoy yourselves.
Yeah. I've always wanted to go to Tokyo as another town.
Well, our friend went for Christmas, didn't he?
Yes.
Wozzy was in Japan at
Christmas. Oh, was he? Yes, he was.
Wozzy was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. We'll have to ask him when we see him in February.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to February.
His second time. Yes. Right. What's next? Let's get the union out of the way. Because
Games Workshop want us to paint more models.
Okay. All they need to do is get me to do my backlog, and we will be there. Trust me.
Yeah, what they're going to do is they want us to paint as a community 1 million minis. So Mr. B will probably be halfway there by April.
A week Thursday.
Yeah. So by the 9th of May, and you can sign up in store to join in and earn things like a paint pot stand. Woo!
Hey.
A brush case. Woo!
Brush case.
Or a badge. Woo!
The fuck is it? Sorry, pardon my French. What the hell is a brush case?
Yeah,
why am I putting my brushes in a case? Surely the bristles will get.
But there's probably a specially designed case to prevent that kind of nonsense.
I think it's what's the word? It's got molded foam or something, if I remember from the picture.
Are you going to sign up for this cheap plastic tat, Mr. B?
Probably
He's
not.
already. There's names up there. Don't lie to us.
It means going
10
out.
10 years of doing this, Mr. B. We know you love it.
It means going out on my way to a Games Workshop when I've got no money for no reason. So I'm like,
fair enough.
Fair enough.
I mean, to be fair, I've already painted 21 models this year so far. So
I look forward to seeing you next year with your brush tin and 84th paint pot
and a badge
adorning your jumper.
Very good.
I have already, to be fair, I have already painted 21 models, but 20 of those were Zangles, and it was mostly dry brushing. So,
right. How'd you get the? Is there like a sliding scale? So if you
there is. So if
I think it's
taking quite simple. Head down to your local Warhammer store from the 7th of January. So you've got 10 days, Mr. B. So you can bring off in a week. Yeah. 7th of January and pledge to paint 25. 50 or 100 miniatures by the 9th of May.
100 miniatures?
Action, game system, and size of miniatures doesn't matter. It's just how many. Okay, hang on a second.
Don't go Legion Imperialis, because that's right.
I was just thinking. They're
on stands. That's one model. Like,
is it?
Space Marines are one model with like a stand of models on them. You can't play that 10 there.
I'm pretty sure I can find a lawyer that will. Go through the terms. This is going to be a Pepsi. Give me my F-18.
Did it run my F-16 or whatever, Harrier jump jet or whatever it was?
Yeah,
because
that was a proper case, wasn't it? Somebody took him to court. So they said if you get this, you can actually win a Harrier jump jet or something.
Thinking that no one would do it,
and it's like, yeah, I'll have that, please. And they were like, no, we didn't mean it really. And it's like, well,
I think they underestimate how much young men want to have a fighter plane.
Yeah, damn right.
I mean, it's like if it's like if Watsits were like, oh yeah, if you eat like 1,000 packets of Watsits in a month, you can have a tank, and I'm like, they would be the best-selling crisps of all time. And our hands would literally be stained with orange dust.
Well, I've got a cautionary tale for you on this subject of promotional items, actually. So this annoyed me, and I
know. I was just reading about the Pepsi thing at the same time.
Oh, what happened at the Pepsi thing? They did actually.
The judge decided. Yeah, it went to court, and a judge decided that no reasonable person would believe the offer was serious.
Well, that's
Welcome
I
to
mean,
America.
what's reasonable? I mean, I would say, there's an argument there. Clearly not a legal one. No, I got a new phone, and the new phone came with an offer of a Chromebook.
Oh, yes.
So this is from EE. So if they're listening, I'm not happy. So anyway, so I phoned up and thought, well, actually, I'll need a new phone, but I fancy a Chromebook as well. So I'll get this new phone, specifically with the Chromebook. And then they said, yeah, well, we'll tell you in 14 days and then what you got to do. So I waited, never got an email or anything. Phoned them back and they said, oh, no, you've got to apply for this from Google directly. So I went to the Google website to apply for my free Chromebook, and it said, this offer is no longer available because they didn't do very many things. So I complained to EE, and they decided that, unlucky, we're not going to give you anything because it wasn't our offer, it was Google's offer, but they never made that clear in the thing. I think that's like, I'm going to raise something with the financial ombudsman, I think, because I think they're out of order here because it was advertised as a part of that. But I suspect very much that I'm going to end up in the same place as the bloke with the Pepsi.
Kid. Yeah.
There's a bit of a difference between a Harrier jump jet and a Chromebook.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if anybody works for EE, consider my protest lodged.
Well, that seems very reasonable, I think.
Yeah, so watch out. Make sure that you get
does.
Does she? We're going to have a word with her because they're.
Well, when I say EE, she works for BT, but it's sort of like she does overarching stuff with them and PlusNet. And
well, there you go. Just mention my report.
Just mention my name.
Oh yeah, because it was just a hilarity of like people were like, we were at a thing with her and people were like talking about broadband, and they were like, oh well, I've moved to PlusNet because they've got a superior network. And she's just sniggering, and she's like, "It's the same bloody thing. It's the same stuff as BT and EE. They're just a slightly different rebranded modem."
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah. Anyway, there you go. Cautionary tale. Make sure that if there's any free offers, that there actually are things that you can claim.
So it does specify here that it doesn't matter how big the miniature is. I would argue,
my lord,
that
I put it to you.
I put it to you, Your Honor. that model, that Space Marine qualifies as a miniature.
Yeah,
what else?
I think it does.
What else is it if it's not singular miniature? It doesn't say unit or squad. It says miniature. So
if you didn't paint the rest of it, would it be a painted miniature?
What do you mean? What if I paint 25?
Because I can't remember. Do the epic things, do they come on in a group of 5? Or do they come as one?
They come as individual
they're little models. They're little on the spruce. It's great. They are great, actually, to be fair. And they're Graham's perfect minis because they're all one piece.
In that case, yes, I agree wholeheartedly. I couldn't remember whether they came on like a molded base, but you're right. They come on they're just like, you cut them off and put them on the base, don't you?
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, they get 210 of them, and you've got yourself a free things. 3 free things.
Yeah. Oh.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Loophole. No reasonable person could expect that to be. No.
That is. That's in the wrong. What's that group that we're a part of? That's make no sense for anybody else.
That's 100% one mini. Yeah. Here we go. We've found a loophole. Get yourselves a free paint bot.
Just buy a. These are starters. Imperialis infantry set for £32.50, and that has got enough miniatures in it to complete.
Yeah.
This challenge.
Do them iron warriors, so just spray them silver, dunk them in some Holm oil, and Bob's your niece.
Definition of a miniature.
I must admit, if it were, it's just for me. I'm gonna have to go out of my way to go to Middlesbrough to register, and I can't be bothered.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
So I mean, have you ever been to Middlesbrough?
A small-scale, detailed replica of a larger object stature. So yeah, I would argue that Space Marine
seems perfectly reasonable.
Is a singular. Yeah. So there you go. £30.50. You get a lot of little people out of it, and there you go.
There you go. Paid. Cool. Mr. B, what's next?
what's next is it was the GW Book of the Year, which was voted on by people, which apparently that's the way they do it. And it was great for Heresy because all three major Heresy releases were in the top 10. We had Era of Ruin in 6th, Ashes of the Imperium in 5th. I've not read Ashes of the Imperium yet. I think this is the only problem with stuff like this. It's like I haven't had a chance to read it yet, so how can I really judge it? Because it came out in December.
Hopefully you didn't vote blind for it. I mean,
and the top spot was Dropsite Massacre. And I think I also wanted to say,
wasn't it out like 2 weeks, like 2 weeks before Christmas?
Yeah, basically. And I want to say
suspicious GW positioning of things there.
Special congratulations to our friend, Mining Graham's friend. I don't think Chris has met him. Mike Vincent, who wrote The Remnant Blade. He plays at our club, and his book, The Remnant Blade on the Night Lords, came in 9th best book of the year.
Oh, that's nice.
Friend to the office. He's a lovely guy as well. Really nice fella. So
he was all concerned on the 28th when we last spoke to him about, well, I don't know if it sold that well because I haven't got my I don't get my royalty statement till March, and it's like
9th best book though.
9th best book. Yeah. Hopefully it does the same in terms of sales.
I haven't read it yet, but when he was like getting worried, I was like, you know what, I'm going to go out and spend my one of my Christmas vouchers. I bought it as an EPUB. I have bought the what do you call it, the audio book, but I was like, you know what, I'll buy the EPUB and I'll just I'll help someone out, and maybe it'll give them a couple pennies more.
So I'm going to get a hard copy and get him to sign the bloody thing.
Unfortunately,
number 001. Just put that in there for us.
The hard copy sold out before they officially went on sale.
Wow.
That's the thing with GW books. They don't produce that many of them because
gotcha. Very good.
Small boutique publisher, and they don't like having stuff lying in a warehouse unsold.
No, who does?
Yeah, I mean that's just the way of the world at the minute, isn't it? Okay,
all right.
We've got some letters to go through next, so I'll just we'll go through those. Hey, right, back again, and we've got some letters from our audience. We specifically asked you guys for these at the end of last year, and we got a few letters in, so
I have a quick question.
Go on.
Did the title card come up, or did I miss it?
I know it went up.
Okay, cool.
Did go up. So we'll start with the first letter. So that is that is gone big. I don't know why it's gone that big.
It's gone big.
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
Okay, right, there we go. What advice do you have for new hobbyists and how they avoid burnout and overwhelming themselves?
Mr. B, you can put them on screen should you wish.
I thought I had.
You have not, my friend.
No. Oh. There we go.
That's why I don't think the title card's up. Anyway.
Neither do I, if I'm pretty honest with you, Chris.
I'll have to add the title card in.
Yeah, it's all right, Mr. B.
No, I see why it wasn't on there. I had it in studio mode. Okay, right. What advice do you have for new hobbyists and how they should avoid burnout and overwhelming themselves? From Lindsay C. in Utah. What would you say, guys?
Cocaine.
Fair enough.
No. The thing, as the king of the last minute paint and all the stress and hassle of doing that, the thing to avoid, I find getting the burnout, avoid burning out from that, is it's never really the biggest thing, especially if you're new to it and you think it's like anything. You always think you need to know it all much quicker than you do. And so I think for me, it's about pacing. Because you don't need to know how to do a soft shade and a hard shade when you're starting
chunky shade.
Oh, chunky highlight.
Yeah.
You know, that's the stuff that I think people can find overwhelming going in. Is there is a lot to it, but really, when it's finding the essential things and just focusing on those as opposed to all the other tat.
If it looks like faff and feels like faff, it's faff.
It's absolute
You know,
faff.
if you've got like 45 steps for a painting, the best piece of advice I ever got for this was when the temptation is to batch paint, right? So you've got a squad of 10. So you do 10 undercoats, you do 10, base coats, you do 10 first sets of highlights, and you just do this kind of backwards and forwards because you mix one set of paint and that's okay, but it can actually just feel like a proper slog. So what I found was actually worked better was just to paint. So rather than painting 10 figures or getting, halfway through 10 figures and getting really, I can't be asked to do the next stage. I don't want to do the highlighting stage. I don't want to do the metallics at this point. I just can't face it doing 10 lots of the same thing. Don't do that. Just paint 3 figures completely. So if you've got 2 hours to do hobby work, set it out so you actually complete something. It doesn't mean you have to complete every single figure you got in your thing, but just actually getting something from start to finish, I think, gives you something demonstrable. And it definitely helps.
Variety as well. The other thing with match painting is if you feel like it's becoming, even if you're painting different things, but you're doing a singular army of any game, if you're doing a singular thing and you're just painting the same colours and the same rivet lines and the same stuff over time, that just becomes it's when it's a really simple thing, but when it stops being fun, stop.
When the fun stops, stop. As they say,
as they say, and just paint something else or that's completely different, and just freshen up because it'll freshen you up, and it'll take some of that tension out. I think that's a big thing.
I think the other thing is that, particularly when you're starting off, is when you first start painting models, they look terrible. But as you progress painting the model, I always find that I think, oh my God, this is going to look awful when it's finished. And then I put like an oil coat on it and it looks great. I think it's that kind of, it's not done until it's done kind of thing. So don't get despondent.
Also, and this is going to come on to a question that we have later on. Don't worry about the internet.
Yeah.
The internet counts for 0.
Yep.
Okay. You don't need to put your photos, your images on there. I don't. I'm talking about this game for 10 years. You'll probably find in those 10 years 12 models I've ever put on the internet because A, I can't be asked, and B, I'm not that worried about getting that back, and I don't think anyone's going to really learn or get anything from me putting my model out there. As no one's going to learn a new technique from doing it.
That's true.
So what's the benefit of it for me? So it's just paint, just do your hobby for you.
Yes.
Don't do your hobby for the internet or for the people in your gaming club. It's your hobby, and that's the most important thing of all of it. It's how you relax.
Might make a nice TikTok video. It'd be very inspirational.
Well, look, okay, we've just started doing YouTube, all right? We're already 5 years behind the times on that. Let's, in the 10 years' time, we'll start doing TikTok then.
Okay.
Or whatever
whatever it is by then.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, I think my advice was try not to buy too much at once for your pile of potential. I think that's important because otherwise it can be overwhelming if you go out and buy, right, I'm going to have all these units here. Stick with a small amount of stuff. And I will also say, especially when you're starting, don't try and vary your armies too much and say, well, I need to try this, I need to do that. And remember, you can proxy stuff as well. It's like if you're like, oh, I wonder how this list will work if I change this into a predator.
You can tell he's never played Adam, guys.
He's not played Adam.
He's not played Adam. He's in for a shock.
If you're playing me and you're like, I wonder what this list would work like with a predator, just bring a rhino.
Put a Coke can down. Put a Coke can down as a dreadnought.
Even I'd draw the line at that. Yeah, I get your point. I mean, weirdly enough, there used to be a guy at the Sunderland club that Mr. B and I first met at, I think, and he used to proxy drop pods with plastic pint glasses.
Love it.
Yes. He never bought a drop pod. Even though it's pretty much his main thing in his list was all drop pods, and he never touched a drop pod. It was ridiculous. Yeah. Okay, right. Letter number 2. Again, that's gone small this time. I don't know what's happened there. Okay. Recently played a new group and I was using SN battle terrain rules, which completely changed how I play my list. Really struggled because the SN rules change up how I had to approach the game. End result, I had a miserable time because I had to rethink everything on the move. As a result, I'm not going to play in that group anymore. So our question is, if people use house rules that change up the way the games work, will it not actually end up hurting the game and make it difficult to play in new groups? That's from Andre K in Poland.
I'm 100% with this guy.
As I understand it, the SN Battle Terrain rules came about because someone didn't understand how the rules worked.
I'm absolutely with it. I think that's. Unless it's very, very clear before the game starts or the group starts that you're using. If you're playing here, we're using these rules. I think the problem I find with house rules is that they're usually propagated by somebody who benefits from the house rule.
Yeah.
And you can't help but getting a little bit of bias in there. So I think it's much better if you're playing with the rules as written in that regard.
Yeah.
So that everybody's on the same page, literally and figuratively. And it's
so you don't have
rules.
This situation
exactly.
where you
I'm not a fan of, never been a fan of.
I think there are big house rules and there are little house rules. Sort of small house rules such as how much of a dice is cocked for it to be re-rolled, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Universal.
Some people are like, oh well, if you can stand another dice on it, it's fine. But some people are like, if it's not sitting straight, it's
there are small little things like that are, I think, acceptable house rules. But when it fundamentally changes a facet of the game,
the only thing I would say is that I do say to people before I'm playing them that I don't go with the vehicles completely blocking line of sight, which is how the rules are at the moment. So regardless, so if somebody's kind of on a piece of terrain that's 3 stories high and you're behind a tank that's at the base of that, technically that tank would block line of sight, even though it doesn't really. And I'm okay with that.
True line of sight.
Yeah, but it's something that you explain at the beginning of the game, right? So this is, in this situation, this is how I want to play it. It's up to you. We can either do it one way or the other, but you don't enforce either, right? But you give people the option. Whereas with that, it's like saying, no, we're playing it this way. If you don't like it, on your bike. So Andre, I'm 100% with you. I think people making up their own rules for stuff. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who disagree with this because people have rewritten books and they've done versions of the 2.0 rules to be including the new models and stuff like this and all that stuff, which is fine. You do,
but that's okay because that's just taking a unit and putting it into a. That's not changing how. That's not changing how the game is played.
Yeah,
which I think is, it's not like us running an event and me putting a rule in that the deep strike rule works like it used to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a fundamentally.
If we do house rules for events, but they usually we make it very clear
for balance more than
but they're not for.
I think we've had
the out game as opposed to in game,
but not in a normal sort of pickup game in a club.
The one house rule that we've always really sort of had for a very long time, Company of Legends, was moving up or down a level in terrain is always a 3-inch move, regardless of the terrain, because some of the terrain can be massive.
Yeah,
and we've always been like, it's a 3-inch up or down simply to make it easier to.
Yeah. So I think that's fair, but I think, like I say, I would be irked if that was done to me as well, Andre. So 100% with you on that one. I think they can be and you get a bit, things get a bit cliquey as well. Groups become very insular, and I think that's not good either. They should be welcoming, and you want more people to play the game, right? You want more people to feel they can come here and have a game. Also, because the more people play the game, the more games you get.
To be fair,
this is not an environment for we're not great lovers of Heresy Davos at the best of time.
No, we are not,
and associated elements.
Yeah.
So.
No,
I'm not gonna slag off their terrain rules just because I'm not particularly a fan of them. I think they try to approach it from a point of, we're just trying to make the game easier, and I think that's fair, because the terrain rules are, to be perfectly frank, they are a bit of a mess, and they kind of do need a bit more. It would be nice if we had a simple explanation primer type thing on this is what we intended. Like
I've never had a problem with them. I don't know.
Personally, there are aspects of them I dislike. There are aspects of them I really like, but I think sort of like a director's commentary of this is what we intended.
How hard is it to say this piece of terrain, if you're going through longer than 3 inches, you can't see what's on the other side of it? I mean, that's basically all you do is just go through the terrain on the board.
No. I get what you're saying. It's just because I think it's different to what we've had before. A lot of people have found it very confusing.
I mean,
it's not complicated.
No, I don't think it's massively complicated. As I said, I would just say the director's commentary, as it were, would.
But why? But I'm kind of
not necessarily. For me.
Don't see what but I don't. But I don't know why you would need that, because the rule, it's not an abstraction of anything.
Unfortunately, terrain does seem to take up a lot of discourse, discussion online. Oh, how does this work? Does this work like this? Does it work like this? And it's like, come
read the book.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling a little bit, but yeah, I think that Andre's absolutely right with this one. I would be upset about that, and it's not really in the spirit of things. I think if you're playing in a club, you want to be as open as possible. So if somebody's read the rules, they can just turn up, doesn't matter where they come from, play a game against you, and it will be fine. You don't want to sort of put barriers into that, which is what this.
I think the internet has sort of broken down a lot of these barriers, because back when I was a kid, I used to play in a couple of different clubs, one in Ipswich and one in Bury St Edmunds, and they both, I can't remember what it was. It was second edition, and I think it was something stupid about when you apply a modifier that the rule book wasn't that clear about. I mean, let's be fair. Seconds and well, the back then the rules weren't necessarily clear. So I think it was just sort of there was sort of like one club interpreted when you apply the modifier one way and one went the other way.
Gotcha. Yeah, and again, I think
it's a lot easier now, because we do get FAQs, we do get people talking about it and sort of coming to a reasonable thing.
I think when we used to play at more clubs, you used to get this thing where somebody would have interpreted a rule in one way at one club, and that became the rule at that club. And then, you went to another club, and it's actually the rule says this. So you've been playing it wrong, and then you thought, oh, yeah, you really have.
Oh, yes.
Or you go to their club and go, actually, no, you completely got that wrong. That's not how these things work.
Yeah, I can't remember what the rule was, but South Shields and Darlington played one particular rule. I can't remember what it was, very, very differently. And it really did change how you played the game.
Yeah, totally.
But I can't remember what the rule was.
In summation, yes, I don't think house rules are great for pickup games. I think it's okay if you agreed in advance or if you're going to an event with specific rules. But I think in terms of just a normal, friendly local club, I wouldn't think that's a great thing to do.
Absolutely. Okay, letter number 3. Okay, so this is...
Thank you for the question, Andre, by the way, and for the previous one. From Lindsay.
Okay. Simon H. in Lincoln asks, I find finding it super hard to get into the game. There's a lot of pressure to paint to a super high standard, and people with more amateurish paint jobs get ridiculed and taken fun out of. I barely get enough time to paint every couple of months, as I'm a resident doctor and have very long hours and just can't dedicate the time to honing my skills to get those results that everyone seems to post. I'm having to do a lot of dry brushing and using a lot of contrast paints.
Which is what we do.
Again, it's that thing of it's your hobby. Just do what you want to do.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. The internet doesn't count for shit. Facebook is the hellscape at the best of times, and just you don't need to engage with it. You know, you just.
I mean, I share my work, but that's more because I like to sort of have my own records and say, "Oh, I've done this," and that's fine. That's me.
I'm
But
not saying no, but it shouldn't be your. If that's the thing that's causing the, if that's where the pressure is coming from,
yeah,
then which I think has been a thing in Heresy for a long time.
There is a bit of rivet counting in
there. There is, before we started the show, there was certainly rivet counting going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's always been there.
There was a fella featured in White Dwarf who used a particular model to stand in for another model, and I mean, my personal thinking was, yeah, that works, but he got a lot of slack for it offline. I mean,
or using the wrong armor types and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
God,
it was crazy. It was worse before we had the kits, when everybody was like taking plastic, 40k stuff and doing that. But I would also say, when I ran events prior to other than Company of Legends, I've always taken the approach of, if you've got 3 colors on there, it's all good, because Resident Doctor, you don't get a lot of time off. For those not in the know, Resident Doctor is what a junior doctor they used to call them junior doctors, which is silly because they weren't that junior really. But you're spending long hours in hospitals doing a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
You don't have the time, and if you've got a family, if you've got
space and time, it's hard. I think the thing is, I still use a lot of try brushing, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably my go-to for every model, up until recently, when I started to use the technique with the sponges, the makeup sponges, which is, again, it's kind of like a shorthand version of doing it. But I think that there is a lot of stigma around this stuff, and I think it's not right. And again, the thing is, I don't care, honestly. I really don't care if I'm playing somebody how well their army's painted. If they've got a lovely army, I will compliment on it. Fantastic. But I don't care if somebody's got 3 colours on there and the bases aren't done. It doesn't bother me at all. What I'm interested in is having that sort of social contract between 2 people having a good time playing a game.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's for people who want to put all their effort into painting and display case models. Fantastic. I love it. But, I'm not bothered. It's never bothered me at all. If somebody's, I know we sort of talked about the proxying thing and what have you, but it's never bothered me in the slightest. What I want is more people to play the game against. If I'm completely truthful.
I mean, me personally, I don't like to play with unplayed models, but I have lots of time, and that's the difference between me and someone else. I have lots of time being an unemployed waste of space. You know what I mean? I have I have the time to do that. And if someone who's a teacher or a resident doctor or just a damn parent, I think the only time I've ever been like, was when Andrew came to. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't rename people, but yeah,
naming and shaming.
It's all right. I'm naming and shaming. Came to Company of Legends with a Thunderhawk that he hadn't even primed, and it was like, mate, you play Dark Angels, just prime it black.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us have ever
good
come away from an event or a game and said that army was terribly painted.
No, you're right.
We've always said when an army is exceptionally painted, because you want someone to go. You want
absolutely,
the other person to go and look at it. But we've all played enough games to at least come across 1 or 2 armies that aren't great, and none of us have ever expressed.
Yeah, no, exactly, because some of our armies are not great.
Hey, look, all of my armies are terrible. So
it's only.
I mean, my perspective is that painted plastic is better than bare plastic.
Yeah,
absolutely. But I think, like you say, like Chris says, we aren't in any way the arbiters of great painted armies, because we're not great painters.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
And I think
adequate it would be on a good day.
Just do it. You're happy.
It's your hobby. Do it for you, not for other people.
Yeah.
I
mean, just some people do want.
Some people want to go into it and be, be the top echelon and do all the crazy techniques and stuff like that. And if you're going for that, that's great. But if you're just doing it to unwind and occasionally play a game with your friend, or friends, then just focus on
dry
that.
brushing. I mean, I think it's time, right? Dry brushing, contrast paints. Try the particularly for vehicles. I can't recommend the makeup brushes enough because it's very, very easy and it's very, very quick. And I guess that's it. Using those techniques, perfectly fine. Even if you're not doing details, just the actual armor, just doing the armor in those colors and dry brushing the colors on, no problem.
Yep. Okay, I will. I'll go to the next letter now. So that was letter number 3. This is going to be letter number 4. What's your approach to getting into the game? What would you recommend a newbie buy for Solar, Mech, or Marines to get started in the game? It seems very intimidating, and that's from Carl in Vancouver. I think it's a hard one to answer, but this is me personally. I would say Solar Auxilia, combat forces, lots of combat forces, because that is pretty much all the units you generally need other than your transports. And they're great boxes, a tank, a troop choice, a command choice, and sentinels, and they can be for elite or fast attack. Great. Marines, it's Saturnine. There's not really much else to say. Saturnine. It's got so much in it, and it's a great start for the game in general. The combat force is fine, but it's Saturnine.
Saturnine, yeah, would definitely. I mean, if you can find a, like I say, a cheap version of Saturnine, which is cheaper than the combat force.
Yeah, combat force is great, but when compared to Saturnine,
Saturnine's got 2 troop choices in there. You can make.
Well, 4 troop choices, really.
It's 40 Marines, isn't it? Yeah.
In there,
So, that's probably where I would go to start with for Marines. Absolutely.
I
mean, as we did, you can make a really good 3,000 point lists with pretty much everything in it, and maybe a few more additional units quite happily.
I think I'm trying to think what that list, how much we had on that list challenge. Was it £400? I think total.
£400.
Yeah, between £300 and £400 we were spending with Saturnine.
Yeah, it's £300 is a lot of money, but in terms of comparison to a majority of hobbies, but unfortunately, if you're getting into this particular hobby, it's kind of.
I mean, I think it's about 2,000 points in Saturnine, right? Which is probably enough. And if you said to somebody, "Can I just have a game with 2,000 points?" I'm going to have, I've got my Praetor, I've got my command squad, Saturnine command squad, I've got my Arachne gun thing, I've got my Mark II Marines there. You've got enough to play a game, and I think that's the key thing. Is I wouldn't do any more than that. I would just get that and then start playing the game, and then work out what sort of army or how you want to play it.
And I wouldn't do Solar or Mech.
I wouldn't do Mech. Mech's really hard.
Yeah, Mech's really hard. I mean, to start with,
the thing with Solar is you need a lot of them. That's the thing.
I think the thing with Solar is they've got the Solar is a lot easier to do now than it used to be, thanks to combat force.
Yeah,
but you still need
such
a volume
of them.
So there's a reason why Marines are in 40k and are the army, is because they don't require require a number. They don't require a huge amount to reach points limits.
Yeah, I would also say they're relatively simple to play with because
roll 4s.
A 3
up.
Roll 3. 3 ups.
Threes, basically 3s to shoot, 3s to armor, 4s to hit. I think Mech is really hard though, and I would not advise people taking Mech on because their rules are really obscure in comparison, and they're hard to get your head around. And the list building is a proper pain because you've got to take Magos's.
I would say, they're probably the most difficult force to get into, simply because the combat force, which I think is going to be for a lot of the future, which for Marines is like, that's a nice addition to Saturn.
Yeah.
I think the combat force for the Mech is not great.
No, agreed. So I think what I would suggest there is start with the Marines because they're the easiest thing. They've got the most rules, and they're the cheapest entry point. Custodies might be an option.
I didn't want to say it, but
you can do them equally as cheap. But I would probably go between what you get. Bear in mind, you get the rule book and you get the templates and everything in the.
I think if you're starting off in the thing and you go Custodes, it's going to give you a power imbalance ingrained into your brain already. Is the only thing I would say, because you're just rolling twos.
I also say this might change on the 16th because it's widely expected that in the preview. I should have mentioned this in State of the Union.
What
preview on the 16th, and Custodes are heavily rumored to be coming in that.
Oh, they won't be.
They dropped some clues in the trailer, and there were.
It's a new book, is it?
I would imagine so. They haven't got a book. They haven't got a book.
Number 4.
One of the things that they sort of had in that preview trailer was golden bananas. So,
wow, that's what they call me, golden bananas.
The golden banana.
So who knows?
We've got and the chunky highlights.
Chunky highlight and the golden banana. Okie dokie. The TV show writes itself.
So that could change. But
the fuzzy man peach.
Okay, shall we move on to?
So just to answer the question though, I would say go with Marines. Get the Saturnine box set if you can. That's a great entry point.
Yeah,
just build that, play that, see how you feel. Then, if you wanted to go into Solar, probably go there next, just to get, because they are. I mean, I just backed away from Solar because it just confused the hell out of me. And Mech, I'd probably do last, to be honest with you. We'd probably do an intro to Mech, but it's probably more of a sort of advanced section.
Yeah. I'd also say, as a aside, the combat forces, the majority of them are, if you're going one way or the other, you've got an allied detachment there in most.
That's a very good point, actually. I was going to say the same thing. You could buy the Marines thing, and then if you bought the Mech combat force, you get as a allied detachment.
Yeah, what you got to do there is add a HQ.
The other thing to bear in mind is the game is list building. It looks complicated. Once you crack that nut, it isn't that hard. Yeah. And nowadays we haven't got rights of war to worry about, which were another level of complication. So
they were indeed.
The list building, I think we all looked at it initially and were like, "This is a nightmare." But actually, it all kind of clicked into.
It really does take some time to get your head around it. Once you get it, it does make sense.
Yeah,
it does. It just that initial. In fact, maybe coming into it brand new would probably be easy because you haven't got the legacy brain neurons.
I'm finding it a lot more fun to sort of put together.
I find it a lot harder, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's hard.
More of a challenge.
But I like it because it's sort of like, oh, well, I need to take this attachment. Oh, what about this? Let's have a look at this. And I think it's going to get, that said, as we are getting more and more journals, I think it's going to get more and more complicated because there'll be more and more options, and we've already got that with the first two. I think Mech is going to get more complex because they've got a journal coming up.
Gotcha.
For the skills.
Also, one other thing is, if you can and you're lucky and you have a friend that plays the game and they'll let you, which they should do because they're your friend, play a game before you paint them models.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because once you've set your head to a legion, you're kind of you're putting yourself down that rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And without stripping, and which is a whole world of hassle. So if you find a friend, just so you can get a feel for what you like and what you don't like in the game.
Yeah, because there's not much in the way of generalist legions. They all have a specialism. I say the closest to your generalist is your Ultramarines, maybe Sons of Horus, but.
I think also this edition doesn't lend itself to generalization.
No, they
in terms of, I don't think there's a balance in some of the sort of the phase order anymore. But
historically, they have been generalists. Okay. I also I will ask you, say, militia.
No.
Listen, hear me out on this one.
No, just no.
Just hear me out for a second.
There is
a lot of second-hand on Facebook Marketplace, eBay, Imperial Guard.
Mr. B, so, if you're starting out, do you want to have an army that's 3,000 points of 4,000 models?
Oh, no, not me personally. But it's just...
No one wants that.
It's an option. It's there. And, yeah. It's cheap-ish.
Okay.
If you're going secondhand, that is.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay. Next letter we have.
I like this one.
So do I.
Okay, we know Graham doesn't take units that are just for fun, but how does he balance that when playing Michael, who clearly looks at lists from a more narrative, fun perspective? And how do you balance things when going to an event? How do you keep it fun without when things get serious? That's from Alexis W in Moldova, and I'm like, I just like to point out that Graham is a lot more chill than
yeah. You say that now.
No, you are. No, in all seriousness, Graham. I might take the mick and be like, "Oh, you're a whacker," but no, you are.
That's not what you said. That's
no,
not.
I think it was an N in there somewhere.
Yeah, Mr. B, you definitely spelled it differently in the text you sent me.
But you are a lot more chilled than you used to be.
And I think you're putting a bit too much faith there in Michael, who actually looks at his list before he puts it together, rather than just whatever he's got in this. Yeah, basically.
There is the thing that I think people hopefully have realised over time is that we do perhaps exaggerate slightly certain elements of each of our
for entertainment purposes.
For entertainment purposes, yeah. Apart from Mr. B, who is obviously
that's true.
The straight man, the straightest straight man you could ever hope to have.
But it's true that I must admit, I don't generally take units just for fun because they look cool. I mean, I have in the past, and I think so. I had to answer this question. So here's my kind of golden rule. I've got like a DEFCON system, right? So if I'm playing somebody for the first time, I will take a very weak list. Always take a very weak list. Yeah,
you can't see it, but I'm shaking my head.
Yeah. Okay. And the reason is because the first thing you don't want to do is when you have a game is to completely annihilate somebody. And I think you can have a good game even if you are getting annihilated if you know you're playing a weaker army list. But if they are complete, they're like actually, the proper Conan, sort of the lamentation of the women.
You can say it. You can say it. If they're me.
They will then go up the DEFCON ladder. So the next time I play them, I say, well, actually, okay, last time you brought a really strong list. So I'm going to bring an equally strong list so we can have a balanced game. And that's kind of what you're looking for. Because for me, and it's just personal, this is a subjective thing, what I want is a balanced game when I'm playing somebody. I don't want to, like we would go to events and it would say it was a narrative event. So we'd take a narrative list and get absolutely spanked off the board by, really... What was
we have never
we've never got that right. But so you're playing against these really win at all cost lists, and it's like it's no fun. It's not. You want to make an account of yourself, but never mind. You want to feel that you've participated in the game experience rather than you've just been there to boost somebody else's ego. Mm-hmm. So this is the sort of to answer this question. So this is how I balance it. I will play. I know what my opponent, if I played them before, what their kind of army list and how they play the game, and I'll make a list accordingly. So I'll take bikes, for example, which are terrible, but they are quite good fun. They're a different unit. I'll use those. Or if I'm playing Michael, I know Michael's got better. I know that his army's actually quite strong in places now, so I might take a stronger list than I would have done previously. Like I took the Dark Mech to the Long Gaming Day, where I could have taken, the Sons of Horus, which are a much stronger list. Because I wanted a fun game, and I knew what that sort of type of game we were going to play was going to be like, and it turned out to be exactly that. A good, fun narrative game. So I think it's, I tailor my lists, and tailor my lists and how I play depending on the person. And I know, what sort. So I'm doing a demo game, for example, or an intro game.
So the thing,
very low key.
The thing that you're missing here in the question is, how do you balance that when going to an event?
That was my next point. That's the next point I'm going on. And I think and this is really hard. You can't. This is the hardest thing we do, is because also we do a podcast, right? So
yeah, we've fallen into this trap a few times.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? Alexa was talking at me. Yeah. So I think it is, those things that we have to. Sorry, I think my wife just sent me a message on Alexa saying, "Shut up, you're making too much noise." So I'm going to go a bit quieter. So I think what we've sort of come over the years is quite often we've gone to events and we've just, like I said, we haven't had a great time because we've just been annihilated for 4 or 5 games. And plus, because we're part of a podcast, we don't want to take a really horrible list because people think, oh my God, that podcast, they're a right bunch of whackers. So yeah, it's tough. Yeah. So I think you can't. It's the answer to that question. I take stronger lists to events for sure. Now,
I don't think going to an event, even if it says it's a narrative event, you can't think with that in your mindset because you are probably the only, say it's 34 people, maybe 10% of that group think the same way as you do, and chance of you all playing each other are minimal. So you kind of, there is a middle ground somewhere. We've never found it, but I think you kind of have to go in with the expectation that, or one of two expectations. I want to play this list. I don't care what happens. Or
yes,
I am going to have to take the list that I don't want to play, but is going to do a certain job that perhaps I would not necessarily want, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you're absolutely right. That's a really good point. I think there's two ways of playing the game. So the first way is
I've always gone with the former rather than the latter.
Right, which is I'm going to take this list. I don't care. But also the other problem is you sometimes get emotionally attached to your army, which Chris is a very, very, very much down this road. Where it's like, oh my God, they killed Valdor. And it's like a body blow at that point. It becomes personal.
My shrink loves it when we go to events. Absolutely. I walk into the office and I go, what have you done this month, Chris? I go, I went to a heresy event and I can see their eyes light up because they know there's another 5 sessions coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
About how Valdor got killed by Angron. And
or Black Shields.
And 25 World Eaters that miraculously can just run around and do whatever because Garland Serlac, or
that's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, still there, ladies and gentlemen. The trauma is still here.
So I do think it's so. How do you keep it fun when it gets serious? Some of the best games I've ever played have been at events. Yeah. Absolutely, 100%. I would say that. I don't think I've been to a really narrative event for many a year because the Heresy scene, when it first started out, wanted to very much differentiate itself from 40k. And the way that it kind of did that was to say, actually, we are serious about the narrative. We're more interested in the narrative than anything else. And there's a lot of narrative written, and there was a lot of process around the narrative. But I think most events now pay lip service to narrative. Really, I think the last one that did more than that was probably the one that was at the Durham where we used to do Company of Legends. It was probably the last one that sort of made an effort in that area, which is exactly what we used to do. But I do think it's how do you keep it fun when it gets serious? I think you generally know what sort of game you're going to get within the first 10 minutes of even less than that. When you first meet that person you're playing for the first time.
When they deploy, that's always the...
Yeah. And, you sort of act accordingly. Somebody wants to have a good fun game and some good banter. You know straight away, And so what I do is introduce yourself. You're pleasant. Say, so how are you? How have you enjoyed the event? You start a conversation with somebody. You start to, make that rapport with them and see what the response is. If they're like, yeah, it's fine now, let's get playing. You know what sort of game you're going to get. But it's like, oh yeah, I played this game. It was really cool. We did this. It was like last turn victory kind of thing. So yeah, I think it's that. But yeah, I say I've had some really good fun games at events. I would say I've never had a fun game at. Actually, that's not true. I've had one fun game at Warhammer World in an event there.
We had
the best fun game was when we were mercilessly winding.
James,
I can't remember his name.
I can't remember. We had a good game against the American guy, and
oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's playing
the doubles thing was difficult though. That was but yeah, it's just you kind of got to go into an event with one of two mindsets. I'm going to play the list I want, and it's going to be okay. It doesn't matter what happens. Or
or I want to try and make an account of myself, basically, and that's those your choices, and you pick a list accordingly.
Ignore Graham's nonsense about defconning. What you do is play someone the first time, absolutely smash them, lay down a marker, and then you let them come to your level. That's what you do.
That's what you do.
It's never worked for me. Never in a million years has it worked for me. But that's always been the ambition.
Yeah. So I hope that answers the question. But it's a really good question. How do you keep it fun when it gets serious? And I think that just sort of agreeing, knowing what that's going to be like, and knowing what sort of game he's playing, and bear in mind, if you've got a powerful list and the person you're playing against hasn't got a powerful list, it doesn't mean you have to play your list powerfully.
Yeah.
And I've done that. It's like, okay, I know this 10-man last kind of squad's going to absolutely annihilate that target, but it's going to ruin the game. The game's going to be over at that point.
Yep.
So I'm going to do something else with them. I'm not going to fire them at that. I'm going to fire them over here. And I know that sounds a bit like, you're being condescending to the person by, giving them a sort of participation trophy, but I don't think so. I think it's, about making the game fun.
It's a social game.
It's a two-player, as we have always said. It is a two-player game.
Yeah, totally.
You're both going into. Yes, there is a victory and loss scenario, but it's a two-player situation, and you both need to get something out of it.
For me, it's always been if my opponent isn't having fun, am I having fun?
Exactly. I think the best games that I've ever had have been the ones where I've lost by 1 or 2 points, and it's been like the last turn. Those are the dream games, or a draw, like a really close draw. Those are the best games you can have, I think. Yeah. It's not about, I won by 40 victory points or something crazy. Those are never fun. The fun games are those ones. Well, I mean, okay, if it was against Adam and I won by 40 victory points, that would be fun, just because we haven't. But
especially it's never been done.
Never been done. But I think that whole that thing about, let's say, just the best games that you can have are the ones where it's really close to like a last turn victory. You pull something off against the odds, turn it around, get lucky dice roll or whatever. So great question there.
Nice.
Okay, right. Next question.
From
6.
Let's put out Moldova.
We are international.
Moldova, Poland, Vancouver.
Dimitri from Ukraine.
Utah, Ukraine. Good Lord.
Any regrets the armies you have painted or units you have bought? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, many. That's fantastic.
Actually,
Imperial Fist painting yellow, not for me. But I like yellow as a colour. I love yellow as a colour, and I like my Imperial Fist armour. But I feel like sometimes I haven't done them the best justice that I could have done them.
I have regrets on models that I sold. I wish I had kept the Forge on Tank Destroyer, certainly. That's still a regret. Armies that I've bought. Games that I've bought that aren't necessarily.
I mean, I don't know it's a regret, but you had all of your. Did you actually sell? Did you manage to get your things sold? Your
maps? Maps are all gone.
Maps. What about the tiles for
Dome Mortalis tiles? They have not gone yet.
Gotcha.
But do I regret buying them?
They were so expensive.
They were so expensive.
About the Ares gunship.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely regret buying that piece of crap. I've used it once. It's in the box. It's still in the box in the loft. It didn't come down when other stuff came down to look for February. I looked at the box and went, nope. That's definitely a regret. Thousand Suns, I kind of regret buying them, but I needed the change at the time.
Yeah.
I regret buying all the demons that I bought, the big things.
They were great though.
They're great and I love them, but I can't use them anymore.
Yeah.
So, they're just sort of bobbing about.
I think my Mastodon as well, to a degree, it's like I just don't get to play with it as often as I would like, because it's such a hard unit to make work in the game. You've got to really have sort of like a
so a lot of points, that thing. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a lot of points.
Same with the big one.
It's always died quite easily, and you've got to have you've basically got to have it delivering a game-winning Death Star.
Yeah.
But
I regretted buying a Sakaran Venator. Great looking tank, but every time I played it, just did nothing.
Never did the Cerberus. I regret buying the Cerberus.
Apparently they're good now.
I know they're good now, but I've had it
at the time. They were bloody awful.
It looked really good on paper, and then it just wasn't. I'm trying to think. 2 editions.
Other units. The problem is, because I have a zero tolerance policy in my house. If it's not bringing any joy, I'm going to sell it as quickly as I possibly can. One regret that I don't know why I bought it, but the rules changed on me, and so it was just awful afterwards. Was the what's the Land Raider with the gun in the front of it?
Achilles.
Was it the melter proof one and stuff like that?
Yeah. I bought that and I painted it, and I suppose I could probably sell it now because it's out of production. But yeah, it's one of those ones that you kind of regret. I kind of regret.
Amazing looking the Land Raider though.
Yeah, I'm trying to think whether I regret this. I don't regret the Salamanders because they were very good for 1 edition. But I regret the fact that they're sort of sitting around doing nothing now because I'm not playing them. I think that's probably it. Same with the Solar. I think But I think other than those things that I bought, I'm trying to think of any units that I bought and painted and I've never used again.
No, I can't think.
I did have a World Eaters army, a Moritat I bought. I didn't. Yeah, I think that wasn't great either. So yes, those are the ones. But I think there are things, plenty of things.
Yeah,
like
you're always going to have a.
I think I learned with my Iron Warriors because with my Iron Warriors I bought everything I could for the Iron Warriors.
Yeah,
had a massive army, 10,000 points plus, and of course the thing is you never
use it all, or half of it.
Yeah. So what after that lesson learned, which I kind of learned but not completely, is keep it to 3,000 points. I'm not collecting an army here. I'm getting a army to play. So I'm not going to buy any. So if I've got an army list in mind, that's what I'm going to buy. I'm not going to expand it. Now, to be fair, I've kind of gone against that rule with the Sons of Horus because there's got multiple ways of playing it. But every other army that I've got is very much more self-contained.
Also,
it's not got
old school Imperial Fists, old school Iron Warriors were very one note.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
that's the thing with them. Lots of regrets.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Dimitri. Just open those wounds up for us.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely the biggest regret was the biggest disappointment. I would say Sakaran Venator. Because I thought it was going to be amazing and it looked great and it just did nothing.
Yeah, it has been a tank struggled in every edition to sort of justify its cost. Because I took it to the big game and to be fair, it did kind of do something to your Scorpion, but then that was it.
Yeah, 2 shots, one's always going to miss.
Yep,
that's the rule.
Vanquishers. Okay, next one. What other games are you playing right now or thinking of playing? I see Michael plays a lot of stuff, but what about Graham and Chris? I'm focusing on some Bolt Action and Trench Crusade this year. And that's from Gabe B in New Zealand.
Bolt Action is kind of focus for the next year. I've played a lot of X-Wing, a lot of Armada when it was a thing, but I sold all my X-Wing stuff to Adam very quickly because I wanted to get rid of it.
I haven't tried Trench Crusade. I have heard good things. Conflict 47, I quite like the idea of.
Well, that's just Bolt Action, but with a sci-fi twist.
Sci-fi twist, which I did quite like the idea of. I think that's an alternate 1947 thing. I quite like. The trouble is, there are so many games that I see and think, I'd love to give that a go.
There's a Gundam one coming soon that looks quite cool.
I'd probably invest in that, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think Bolt Action's probably going to be the next one. Legion Imperialis, which we've talked about. But yeah, I think we'll probably branch out a little bit.
Yes, I'm going to be bullying Graham into getting his Bolt Action army ready. Of course, his army is going to beat mine because he's going for a late war army compared to my early war.
It doesn't make any difference, Mr. B.
It does on what I can take. Like I can't take Panzerfaust or
Yeah.
And I've got fewer special, machine guns. Because it's just the way those Germans were.
Yeah, the longer we get from the release of Imperialis, the less I'm likely to do it.
I think it's a new rules now. I'm kind of thinking that might be a good place to go back into it because I had a complete rule reset. So I might try and pick it up again because I got the stuff and I painted the stuff.
Yeah, I think. Well, it's not a massive reset. I think a lot of what they did was they literally just sort of tidied up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, because there was loads of books and things, weren't there?
Just going back to the last question about the regrets, I definitely regret the paint scheme on my Titanicus models.
Is that the purple one?
Yeah,
it was the funky white.
Oh, the disco.
Yeah, Legio Disco.
Legio
definitely
Disco.
regret that. Definitely regret that.
Fair enough.
That just popped to my head thinking about other games.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think all three of us want to do bolt action this year. So that's
definitely.
Who knows? Maybe we'll do a bolt action.
I mean, Gabe, if you're listening, let us know what Trench Crusade's like because again, people have started to play it in the club, and I think it's been in. You've done some stuff for it, haven't you?
I've got some really cool models and
whatever it is, Kickstarter, or whatever. So it does look like a quite cool.
It's come to plastic as well with the Prussians. So okay. Next one, letter 8, which is you guys used to stream stuff. Why don't you anymore? The Star Wars Squadron stuff was fantastic. Andrew W. from Suffolk.
Somebody actually watched it.
One of the 8 people. Why don't we stream stuff anymore? Because
I think we should. I think
every time we play
our Hell Let Loose stuff,
Graham is like, this is what we should.
This would be literally influencer gold because it's such. The three of us playing Hell Let Loose in a tank together is just when we die, you will not hear. It's like this unwritten recrimination as to whose fault it was that we died, and now we have to wait 5 minutes for a tank.
Mostly it's because of tigers.
Mostly it's because of tigers. I'm not seeing them, and then getting the arsehole because the person who's supposed to be the spotting didn't. The massive, King Tiger tank.
All I'm going to say out here is I'm always the driver. Okay, I have very limited line of sight, and yet I have no influence on what's getting spotted.
That's fair.
I think we should stream that. I mean, also when we've just started playing. What's the Peak? Which is hilarious. That is fun, and again, that is a game if you want people to, really test your friendship. It's right up there. So
definitely.
I think the Star Wars Squadron stuff was fun actually.
That was good fun because there was a whole group of us as well doing it at the same time. The fact, I looked at it today. I've put in over 500 hours in Hell Let Loose.
Wow.
How many have I put in? I can have a look.
So a large portion of those hours are with you guys, and if we've survived that long, and yes, Graham is right. The silence that you will never hear a silence like it.
No, you won't. It's a very accusatory silence.
181 hours I put into it.
Oh, really? Okay, Christ, I'm thinking a lot more than I thought.
Let me just see what mine is. 316.
Yeah, so we've done at least 200 hours.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
cool. All right.
Yeah. So yes, are we going to do some? We should maybe give it a try.
I mean, I like to stream like other stuff, simply because it's actually helping me with my talking for the show because I'm very muddled in talking normally. So that's literally why I started doing it. So
we should maybe we'll give it a go. Yeah. But we will be, just to give you a heads up, it's going to be a Monday night between 8 and 10 to 11.
Well, 8 till midnight.
Yeah, depending if we can find a server. But yes.
45 minutes of that will be
faff.
Absolute rage-filled silence.
Lots of swearing. I do warn you in advance. There will be lots of swearing. And did you see that guy with the satchel? It's going to be a thing.
Yep.
Okay, so
it's over there.
Yeah. Where's over there? Where's over there?
Pointless direction.
Okay.
It's definitely that. Yeah.
Okay. Next one. What routines or rituals do you have for doing a hobby? I like to chill out with some Tank Museum chat on YouTube in the background. Anonymous. We assume Henry Cavill.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tank chats are actually pretty cool.
They are good. Yeah, we've been using those as well. So yeah, very cool. The ones with I don't know what I tend, because I'm kind of super lucky. I think for now anyway, until we get a new carpet or a new 3-piece suite, I have got dispensation to paint in the front room at the same time as my wife is watching telly. So I don't have to go to a separate room to paint, which I know is extremely lucky, because that would not, our house is a tip anyway, so it makes no odds. But so that helps my painting. So basically, I can watch telly. Wife's there. I can paint. She plays on her phone or does croqueting, whatever it is.
Croquet.
Yeah, croquet.
Gets the mallets out.
Yeah, quick. The balls a quick knockabout.
Sets out on the lawn for
no indoor
rounds of the corner and plays a bit of crochet.
Even. And away we go. So yeah, so that's what I tend to do. So yeah. I don't think I have any particular routines or rituals. I have to usually get the paints that I want out and prepare them ready, if you see what I mean, and then get my wet palette ready. That's probably about as ritualistic as I get with my painting.
Far too organised. I had to rummage through the box to find the paint I want. What do I generally, I will have some noise. It will probably be an episode of Critical Role, because it's people chatting, and also it's quite funny, and it lasts 3 to 4 hours potentially, so it's quite good for just having that in your ears and just going on without having to worry about changing an episode or anything like that. Listen to a lot of weird ways of making you talk. But yeah, what I have realised, and what Spotify has been kind of to tell me every year, what I've realised, I listen to less music now than I did 10 years ago. My Spotify songs of the year, I'm like, how many times do I listen to that? 3 times. Whereas I've got 1% of top 1% of Critical Role listens, because I'm listening to it for X amount of time, and I just listen to people talking all the time rather than listening to music. So that's something that works for me, is just having people chatting and people talking that I can zone in and out of and not worry too much. But that's kind of it. Obviously, bloodletting when doing hobby. If my thumb isn't cut, then I have to done it properly. The knife requires its tribute. So that's, I guess,
hunting for very small bits of plastic on the floor.
Yeah, that's
always
absolutely
part of the ritual. It just disappears into the void. Special carpet dimension. So,
accidentally dropping super glue. I had to do some gluing the other day. This is really upsetting. I was trying to fix the bathroom light, and I thought, I know how I can, because the little clamps that hold it into place have snapped. I was like, I know how I can do this. I've got magnets. So I've magnetized the light cover. So I've magnets on the inside, so they hold it in place. They're great. But I had to glue them in place, and there was a certain element of droppage from the glue onto the denim shirt I was wearing. No, I didn't realise this until 2 days later when I went to wear that shirt. I went, what's this really hard bit? And squeezed the really hard bit, and what it did was actually tear a hole in the shirt. So I had to throw that away, and it was one of my favourites. So
yes, you've had that for some time, that shirt.
Yeah, that's devastating.
Ritualistically, ruining clothes via super gluing could certainly be up there. That's a
total thing. Or when you're gluing a part,
thumb,
and then thumb gets stuck to the part.
Using the spray as well, absolutely fatal.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, thanks Henry Cavill for that. Appreciate it. Anything else we can help you with, Lord of the Nerds? We'll be happy to oblige.
Yep. Okay. Fair enough then. Right. Next question up is a penultimate one. Will you bring back the pre-show? It was a lot of fun and part of why I backed you on Patreon. If you bring it back, I will join again. From Jason B.
I need to have some context as to what they mean by the pre-show. Do they mean us talking in the nonsense about the things that we like beforehand?
Yeah.
Do they mean the recreation and the return of Kleenex.
No.
Because if it's all about Kleenexes, then just say the word and I can bring it back like that.
We're never going back to
I
70s prog rock nonsense.
I missed it. Year 7 or year 8, that was the best year we ever did.
Right into us, Jason, and let us know what you mean so that we can.
Either way, we will bring the pre-show back, but because we record on generally a Wednesday or a Monday evening, time becomes an issue, as it is now.
We'll figure somewhere.
Quarter to 12 at this point, and we still have a lot to do. So sometimes we just don't have the time that we want to do everything we want to do.
Yeah.
But yes, we will. We it's never forgotten.
Our New Year's resolution was to do the pre-show.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, if you want connections, people, just got to put it on Facebook, Instagram, email. Let's get that write-in campaign going again, just so I can say to Graham, please, can I have connections back?
Fair enough.
And I can offer up evidence as to why.
Yeah, that has to be evidence-based.
Final question of the day. Recent articles on Assassins and Sisters are excellent. Any plans for more like this?
Well, Mr. B,
you did them. You
wrote them.
Yeah, so
I guess so. We'll when I get time. When I get time, they've been all right.
Well, he says they're very good, excellent. In fact,
yeah, there's a definite usage of the word excellent there, Mr. B.
Yeah.
So I
don't know if anybody I mean, they got accessed, but I'm not sure if that was just AI scrapers or people actually liking them. But
clearly, somebody liked them. So
okay.
So
right,
just very quickly, that's Greece, England, New Zealand, Ukraine, Moldova, Canada, Poland, America. Good Lord.
Goodness me, clearly multinational.
That. Do we have to get this translated into other languages now? Is that what we have to do?
Well, you have to. Localization. Okay.
We use AI to do it for us. What would the AI version of me would sound like? Me, I guess.
Yeah, possibly. Anyway, right. Shall we move on to the next thing, which is sort of like, it's supposed to be called the list challenge, but we'll see.
It's not a list challenge. It's things that we liked last year, basically.
Yeah.
Should we get on with that then?
Yeah, can do. I've got.
Okay, and we're back after a couple of days of break.
Right. Can I just point out that I'm the only person that decided to go for some sort of continuity situation. As soon as we finished recording the other day, I took the shirt off, put it on a hanger. I said, well, I'll need that for next time we record. You two ragamuffins, no concept of continuity for the...
What time of day did we record? Because unless you're going to go and black your curtains out, you're going to struggle to.
Well, I can do it. I can give it the full whack. I can,
maybe.
Fair. Nope.
He's off.
He's off
already. Stormed off after I pointed out the error in his continuity plans. Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
I'm not the only one entirely. I'm still in the past. They're living in the future, which is so true of so many things.
Very good.
Commitment to the product, right there.
The podcast, right? Yeah.
Okay.
That was a professionalism that we go to on this podcast.
It is.
I've also got a dog off my lap, which I didn't have before, which could also take some explaining.
That's true.
That could happen at any moment in your household.
That is true. That is true enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, Enzo. Right. Okay. So we are going to go through some of our top threes from the past year. So
yeah, I thought it'd be a good plan to share our collective things that. I mean, obviously, there's a number of top threes. And I just want to kind of point out we're not the authority because we haven't viewed everything in the particular categories. Some of them we have. I like releases, obviously. But yeah, I thought it might be quite. Go on.
I think probably what we should start off with before we get onto the other things is, shall we talk about the last year of heresy before we get into?
Yeah, I think that's
sure. That sounds reasonable.
As you know, we are largely, by and large, a heresy show. I think having a chat about sort of 2025 third edition arrives finally on our doorsteps. Thoughts, wishes, dreams? How are we feeling at this point?
I feel that it's if I'm completely honest, and I was thinking about this the other day because somebody was mentioning, in fact, maybe it's been in our conversation about from the reader's letter around narrative games, and they just don't really exist anymore, or events don't really exist to that extent, and maybe they do in small pockets, but and there's probably an argument they never really did anyway. But yeah, I wonder whether the game itself has become a little bit more competitive. I think. I think it feels. I mean, it was already on that way. I think with 2, so it's not like a. But I think as each edition's kind of progressed, maybe because it's become more popular, I don't know. Maybe because more people have migrated to it from other game systems, and seek a more defined rule set. But I think back to sort of first edition, where it felt like a refuge from the excesses of 40k at the time, with all
40k. 40k at that point was probably almost its zenith of absolute madness.
Yeah,
before all the detachment nonsense came in 9th or 10th or whatever the hell it was.
So I think that and that drove a lot of people to go. They wanted another way of playing the game, right? Yeah. Which wasn't that every game you're going to play is going to be a competitive, min-maxed kind of experience. And I think that philosophy definitely prevailed, certainly in first edition, because you could, units were much more brutal in first edition than they are even today.
Oh yeah,
I would say, and so I think that the after sort of second edition, where I'm guessing they sort of tightened things up a little bit, but I think second edition made everything very homogenous.
Yeah.
You basically, if you're going to go out, you're going to take 2 dreadnoughts with power fists with multi-melters.
Yeah,
there was a point efficient way of doing that.
There was definitely a certain
stuff,
a lot more than I think we'd ever seen before. A standardization of half of the list.
Yeah, everybody had that 10-man last cannon squad. Everybody had the
2 dreadnoughts.
2 dreadnoughts.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So again, and maybe maybe that was needed, because I think that as maybe more people came across to the game, as I'm assuming it became more popular, certainly in second edition, you then got this need that actually you can't just rely on people kind of self-policing their lists.
Yeah.
And people who are playing Heresy as a kind of fun narrative experience suddenly kind of got not usurped to a certain extent, but the prevailing thing then seemed to be a little bit more competitive. And I think third is probably a further step down that line. I think my last thing I would say on third, my own experience with it is that I have enjoyed it. And I've enjoyed the rules, and I think there are things like that surprised me still, like the Titan rules was really good fun playing that.
Yep.
The challenges are a pain, but they are actually good fun. And they are quite themey, if a little bit abstract. But other than that, I think the detachments, the list building has become, it's not enjoyable putting a list together.
No.
But I think previously it was enjoyable. It was like, if I have this and this, and I can make this really cool thing. Now it's like, how the heck am I going to get that unit in there?
Yeah, it's way more limiting than the old 4-sword chart was, because you don't have all the options readily available, and they are only unlocked by really very niche criteria.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have, and I guess there's probably a sort of game design philosophy, which is, it makes sense that for you to have multiple detachments, you need multiple commanders.
Yeah,
which I can kind of see.
I don't fully get my head around why I can only take a Vanguard detachment if I've got a high commander. I don't.
Yeah.
I think there was another way. The way you could have done that is, you've got to have a high commander or 2 command slots filled, which you're going to have anyway, and then it unlocks the Apex detachment.
Yeah, or maybe it costs twice as much if you're not a high command, right? So it's 2 detachment points effectively rather than 1.
Yeah.
I can see
rather than just going, nope, you have this, or you take it as a logistical benefit. So okay, but
yeah, I mean, they've made just. I haven't taken a specialist Centurion other than the Master of Signals.
Yeah.
In this edition, I don't think. Maybe a champion if I've got the points, or I've got detachments spare just because he gets a free Paragon Blade. Just giving Paragon a battle is quite tasty. But those are probably the only 2. Whereas before, I would have always taken. There would have been a Herald, for example, the Chaplain. I've not taken them since, and those models are just sitting in my case now. I'm probably never going to be used.
Well,
I
was thinking the other day if I can take my double melter Moritats any longer,
right?
Because
I thought it was a special for because that was when you could.
Blood
Angels, you could replace a bolt pistol, wasn't it?
With a plasma pistol with a.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
With it, and you can still do that, but the Moritats plasma pistols are like a special.
Yeah,
they've got a different name. They're not just a plasma pistol. It's
I see what you mean. So you can't swap them out.
I mean, to be fair, if someone wants to swap them out in a game with me, I'm gonna be like, yeah, it's fine.
It's totally,
you are the golden retriever / Labrador Paris of Nets. You would happily roll over when you see someone and let them tickle your tummy.
Yeah.
I think it's more that, but
I thank you for it. I'm not knocking you for it, but I
think
it's I think we're more in the sort of Chihuahua stakes here when it comes to that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I just think you've always been able to do that. A lot of people have converted models to like that. We know what the points of each weapon are. And as far as I'm concerned,
that path lies madness, my friend. We've
Potentially.
always been able to do something.
Yeah, and we come from a world of rules and regulations, none of your hippie nonsense. Used to be. But yeah, I totally get your point, obviously. But I think it's a good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they've clearly gone. Oh no, we're not having people rocking around with 12 shots of melter guns. So we'll change the name of it. So you can't just do a straight swap.
Yeah, because they are overcharged plasma pistols.
Right, not just plasma pistols.
So yeah, is that the same or is it?
No, it's a different. You will get an argument there, which isn't. It's a different. If it's named differently, it's a different weapon, and it always has been. So yeah, it's a good point. So I think there are, like I say, it is a lot harder. There are things that I like about it a lot. Obviously, big vehicles player. I'm very pleased with the rules on vehicles now. They aren't just one shot with a las cannon and you're done. You roll a 6, you roll another 6, and it's all over. So there is that. But I think generally it's a pretty good rule set. It's just the list building is quite a barrier for people as well. There's quite a lot of times I've had to. Yeah. I think probably the thing that I've been asked the most in the club and outside of the club is how do I build a list?
Yeah,
and that has probably been the biggest barrier of entry for people is this list building concept. And once you get your head around it, it's really easy, but it is quite a big departure from HQ, fast attack, troops, elites, heavy support.
I did start work, and there are videos out there that other people have done to help explain it to people. I started work on one for us, but everyone else had done videos already, so I didn't think it was sort of necessary at that point. But if there's still a requirement for it, then I can sort of really.
I think we did an episode about it, and I think it's one of those things that's actually really hard, I think, to explain. And it's easy to sort of demonstrate if you've got the book with attachments in it and say, look, you see these, you have one of these, you can fill these in. You don't have to fill these in. And if you've got a little iron halo around it, it means those kinds of things are quite useful. But yeah, I think that was probably the biggest change, and I think probably the hardest change for people to get their heads around.
Yeah, it took me doing it to get my head around it. But I quite enjoy the list building now. I find it an interesting challenge. But
I don't know. I found the other one more of a interesting challenge, to be honest with you, and I don't know why that is, but it was just trying to make actually sometimes the challenge was not to make a super powerful list, and trying not to do that, and trying to make things a little bit more
The nerfing of allied detachments, I think, is the thing that slightly sticks in my craw a little bit.
Yeah, they did a number on them, for sure. And yeah, I think got nerfed.
In what way do you feel they got nerfed too
Well,
quickly?
Because I can only take, as we discussed earlier on the show, I could only unlock special units with the one available prime benefit that I potentially have on an allied detachment.
Mhm.
So I can't take a heavy support choice and an elite choice.
But
I have to take one or the other.
That's true, but you can still take other detachments for your allied.
You can take, I get your point. But it is the Vanguard ones that are
the Vanguard, the elites are
kind of locked away, because, like I say, only way to get elites really, unless there's a specific. You might be lucky with if they've got any sort of specific detachments for the Legion itself. I know, like, for example, the Sons of Horus have got a really cool detachment, which has got 3 slots. I think one's support, one's troops, and the other one's an elite slot sort of thing, or heavy assault or something like that. So you can use that. But you're right. I think some of these things being locked away makes it quite hard.
So an allied detachment is, as I said, it doesn't show me discuss this. 2 HQs, 4 troop choices.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I can't take a dreadnought in as an allied detachment.
Well,
I can if I use a prime benefit.
Yep.
You're not. I mean, isn't the you could take? Can't you just take the war machine? You could take a dreadnought, because you can take the
but I can't then take anything else other than 4 troop choices and 2 HQs.
But the 2 HQs the 2 HQs would still give you 4 detachments
if they were both Centurions.
If they're both Centurions,
so you could use that. I think that's the logic. I mean, it's not you're not limited to just that one detachment with your thing. You can then, the thing that is missing, is the Apex detachment.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
And you can take those as with the HQ
points. Just more points that you have to spend for taxation.
It is basically, it's no longer
which is why I think they're
Centurion tax.
Yeah.
Whereas previously you put cheap and cheerful Centurion in and have one heavy support, 1 fast attack, 1 elites, and 2 troops.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it is a thing. But yeah, you can. I mean, you can technically have 4 allied detachments. You can have more. I think if you can find a way of doing it, you can have 4 detachments plus a logistical benefit, technically. So you could make something reasonable, but it's just what your detachments can and can't do. But yeah, it is a tax, right? And it just requires some more effort. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of the games that I've played. I mean, have they been any less competitive or more balanced than previously? Probably not. I don't think. I've played quite a few games now.
I think my one thing that I would like to say is I think they would make it better, and I'm really enjoying it so far. I think I dare say, I actually think it's my favorite version so far. But for me, for it to be better, we need more missions.
Yeah, the missions, the rulebook missions, I think are fairly
it's just Rhino Rush now.
Yeah,
that's all the game is.
The 3 core missions, they just aren't enough for variety.
No, they're not. They're 3 core missions that fundamentally use the same mechanic.
Yeah. Get to the objective, hold the objective,
get points. And I guess those were good things, and they were quite a good leveler.
And as we found, and as it can be incredibly hard to get back an early lead. With things like line, and we had it in our game against Adam. We'd lost that game effectively at the end of turn 1. Because
we were never going to get enough.
We were never going to get enough points back to do it. And I think that's not great mission design.
Yeah, no, I think the best missions that you can have are the ones where you still got a chance throughout the whole of the game, right?
Yeah.
But if somebody gets 2 objectives and you get 1, you've lost.
Yeah. I'm going to hopefully have a mission for us to test on Tuesday, Graham.
All right, cool.
I know they're doing the other missions in the
journals
and stuff. But
how hard would it have been to put another 3 pages in, to put 6 missions in like you used to have?
Yeah, I know.
And maybe doing a line breaker style one, maybe doing a kill point style one. Just otherwise people can just tailor to one mechanic, which is what they've done.
Yeah,
which is get on objectives, right?
Because also not everyone's going to have wanted to spend the money on the journals.
Yeah.
To know what the other missions are going to be when they go to the table.
100%.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah,
I know it's I know events. Obviously, you might go to an event, and you're not going to know what the missions are in advance.
That's kind of expected. That's part of the sort of contract, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think just like if you're turning up to a club, like that.
But I think
mentioned, the going to the place with the house rules. If you've got those 3 missions, you're just going to tailor to those 3 missions. Whereas if you had 6 missions, you might have a different. You might think, okay, well, this needs to perform in all types of these missions.
Yeah.
So I need to make sure I can get units across the board quickly or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think now it's just like all I need to do is to make sure I'm on the objectives. And if I don't get turn 1,
Alpha Strike is Alpha Strike at its zenith.
Yeah.
Which is never fun for anybody, really.
No, because it basically means the game's over as a competitive, as a well, not even competitive, but as a sort of game, it's over by turn 1 or 2 tops.
Yeah.
I mean, only 4 turns as well, which I'm not sure what the logic behind that was either.
I wonder if they just looked at how many games they were playing to completion, and also probably try and make it quicker, I assume.
Maybe.
But even then, that's not really the case, because we played a 4-10 gun, and we still had to,
But the problem with 4 turns is, if you get a lead in the first 2 turns, there's not enough time to turn it around to actually go, okay, well, you get them in the first 2 turns, but I'm going to get them in the next 3, right? Which is
I always think in my mind, you need at least an odd number of turns.
Yeah, and I think as somebody I was reading a chat channel today, Vanguard is nonsense, right? Because it's just so easy to counter.
Yeah,
and so if you've got
we talked about that.
Yeah. So it's like if you're on the objective, you've got line 2, the objective's worth 3, so that's 5 points. You get on both of them, 10 points, let's say, and you've got Vanguard 2 unit. You're not going to use your reactions. You're just going to wait until you get close enough to charge, and you're going to move them away from the objective.
Yeah.
So that you deny those 2 points or whatever. Yeah. So it's kind of nonsense, I think. It's hard to do unless you can kind of.
Unless you whittle, unless you can draw the reactions out.
Yeah, that's the only way that you can do it. But even then, you would think, if I was sensible, I'll take the hit because it's worth me letting that unit die by either not returning firing or not doing smoke screen on a tank or something. It's worth keeping that going while I keep 10 victory points on the board.
Yeah,
which basically means, and particularly the mission where the value for the victory points goes down each turn, it's even worse.
Yeah,
because once it's scored, it goes down by 1. So then you really are screwed if you're not on the objectives early doors. So I think it needs a little bit of a rethink. I mean, but it does. I do believe it does encourage one way of play, which I don't think we had in 2 or even 1. You never knew what type of list you were going to get, because there were, these skew lists that were very worked in one way, but they would completely come undone in a particular mission type.
Yep.
So somebody says, well, I've taken this, I've got 2 troop choices because I have to, but I've got a load of shooting. Well, that's great, but actually you can't get on 6 objectives with 2 troop choices.
I tell you what I do kind of miss. Rights of War and the list that they would throw out. I think I missed to an extent.
Bit of flame, as I think somebody said,
because
I miss the mission where you have to get on the objective at the end of the game.
Yeah,
because then the game is still alive right up until the last turn.
I don't think it's impossible to transfer out missions from previous editions into this. I think it's probably doable.
Very easy.
But like I said, I don't know why they weren't part of the package.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, I've got a really good idea why they weren't part of the package, and that's to do with monetization.
It's DLC, isn't it? Effectively,
yeah, effectively, that's what it is.
Exactly. I mean, just a mission where you get the score objectives at the end of the game means you've still got a chance. You can keep your troops alive long enough. You're still in the running, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can, but now it's like first turn, second turn, done. Right, okay, fair enough. I can't get enough victory points. And and I think with 40k, I've not played it, but Mr. B, let me know if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
It's actually possible to win the game on secondaries.
Yes, very much so.
So you can still, even if you've not got the objectives, you can still get enough victory points on the secondaries to make it. I don't think you can in
40k's gone back to using the card deck.
Right, okay.
So your secondaries are essentially randomly drawn.
Right, I'm with you.
But they require you to be very mobile.
Yeah. I mean, most, which is, they're trying to sort of get away from gun lines and stuff, I guess.
Which is ironic because transports seem to be going like the way of the dodo because they just lists don't seem to have transports anymore, and the transports they do have are super expensive.
Gotcha.
It's like the impulsor's like 40 quid, and that's supposed to be the Rhino replacement. I'm like, Rhinos, that's supposed to be what, 30 quid at most.
Yeah.
But anyway, shall we move on to our top three?
So, I suppose in summary, then, what's our middling? I suppose would be like out of 10, we're probably in the 6s.
I think
7s.
6.5 to 7 for me.
Yeah, I think in terms of the rules, I would be a solid 6, 7. I mean, there are a lot of other good things. There are a lot of the models that we've seen. Things, we're finally getting to the point where pretty much all the old resin kits have now been plasticized, which I think is certainly, now breaches are out. That's a big hurdle we're crossing.
Assault squads.
Yeah,
we've got Mark II assault marines. I mean, that's a wonder in itself. I think there are, on the model front, Heresy is looking pretty good. If what you said about Custodes getting their book relatively soonish, that's always going to be a highlight.
Preview on the
PDF is a load of crap.
There's a preview on the 16th. So I would expect we hear something then.
I think the rules themselves, though, I will say this for them: there does not seem to be as much Aunt Sally as previously. We had a whole section about people's misinterpretation or interpretation of very, very loose rules.
Well, I think they
haven't really had that many, other than the
terrain.
Other than the terrain, that's the only sort of major area of controversy that I'm aware of.
I think because they went through and everything is explained. You have the special rule, and then you have an explanation of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even to the point where it's like, this is just ridiculously verbose. But you think actually it has stopped people, doing a flange saying, well, actually, because there's a comma here, that means that this is a, conjunction rather than a. And it's that kind of nonsense that you get into. This kind of rules lawyering stuff that just ruins the game for everybody.
Yep.
I mean, I think definitely that has been a welcome thing. We don't even have people writing in about rules of Aunt Sally like we used to.
I think the FAQ also being out pretty rapidly was pretty good. The fact that they had to explain what an enemy unit was in the FAQ is incredibly troubling for the player base of this game, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But you're getting somebody's, if it's not explicit, then that there's going to be somebody out there who's going to try and bend that to their advantage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
But I think, I think. Do I think it's in a better place than it was? Is it better a year ago than it is today? Is, I suppose, the question. And I'm not entirely sold on it at this point.
I mean,
not until we get some more interesting missions and
I'm based on kits.
Well, let's move on to that because we can talk about that, can't we? In our top release.
Right. Okay. So, Graham, we'll do you first, shall we?
Ooh, lovely.
So your top kits. So your top 3 kits we have. Slightly small. We've got best Heresy, best Games Workshop release in general, and best non-Games Workshop. So
yeah. So the Saturn Night box set. I mean, I bought one for £100. What a bargain! Which I guess they may have I mean, a couple of shops I think overbought them. But anyway, even when I bought it, and I was kind of like, do I need this? Do I need this? And then the old FOMO kicked in. But I'm kind of, I'm kind of glad I did. I do like the Saturnine. I played against somebody for the first time with Saturnine just this week, and they do look cool. The Dreadnought looks cool. The trouble is, it's getting the points together to actually put them in, but that's another problem. But I think in terms of the set itself, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. You know, it's a great starter for an army, and you can do some cool things. So yeah, I think that's probably my again for £100 for all the models in it, absolute, and the rule book, absolute bargain. Yeah. So yeah. Best Games Workshop. I think this is a fantastic thing. I'm very off my normal beaten track, but it's the Mai Ying, the Storm Dragon. How cool is that?
I'm 100% with you there. I think all of the Grand Cafe stuff looks absolutely bonkers, and I love it. And if I'm going to play Old World at any point, it will be Grand Cafe.
Yeah, I think so too. I really like the look of that model. I think it looks really cool. It's a really cool pose as well. And comes with a sort of sorcerer with it, which I think is great.
Well, no, that's the same character. She changed.
Oh, it's sort of transfigured into. Okay, cool. That's really cool. So yeah, love it. Really cool figure. Definitely something that I would, if I was even a reasonable painter, I would buy just to paint and put on a shelf somewhere. So that looks really cool. And then, finally, this Gundam figure, quite an expensive Gundam figure. This is one of their new sort of high-res versions of existing models. This is the Ashtray Red Flame Gundam figure. Weirdly enough, I bought the non-high-res version of it, and it was for a Gundam figure, it's a proper pain to put together, and even worse to try and pose because it was just overbalanced. So it would just fall and break and bits go everywhere, and I lose them. It's the one thing that annoys the heck out of me with Gundam is it's like because they're all snapped together. You're not gluing them, right?
Yeah.
And if one happens to fall off a shelf, it's all over.
Yeah,
because it's just absolute chaos. Yeah. And I've actually lost a bit off the one I just started building because I'm like, because it fell over. Oh man! But anyway, so I think the high res kits. I mean, they're expensive for a reason, right? They're sort of top quality. You need your God hand snippers and a sort of a full white room basically, so that bits to find them. So yeah, it looks really cool though, and it is quite a cool figure. So yeah, that's probably my non-Games Workshop piece.
Okay, it's a super cool model for that. I have a Gundam model to build at some point, and
it's very relaxing. I will say.
Yeah,
I think some of the older kits, you need Google Translate for, which is what I've had to do. Just put your phone at it to say, what does that actually say in Japanese? But the newer kits are, are sort of dual language. But I find it a nice palette cleanser between
fighting with super glue and
and because it's just everything just goes together nicely, and the instructions are really clear, and they look really cool when they're done. So yeah, they're kind of things that you build and you put on the shelf, and they give you joy just by looking at them.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would recommend it as a hobby. I mean, if and they're not too pricey, but I stick to the 1 to 100 scale to try and because there's 144s which are slightly cheaper, I think. But anyway,
yep. Should we have a look at Chris's?
Yeah.
Okay, so Chris.
Oh yeah, good choice.
The Mark II Assault Squad, because Mark II Assault Marines are the absolute best looking assault marines in the 30th or 41st millennium. They are just the beast knees, cat's pajamas, and everything. And seeing them get released, I love assault marines. B, they are just a joy.
They are.
But certainly don't have the Mark 6 ones because they haven't got beaky heads.
Yeah, and just the jump packs are cooler.
Yeah, they are.
Those big twin turbines.
Yep.
I just think they're great.
100%.
And they look a lot more brutal.
Yeah, literally no notes. Is I suppose the modern sort of kids terminology for these things, but yeah, I just think they're great. My best GW release is kind of Harris related, but it is the 40k Fulgrim.
Yeah.
I just think he's super cool. I think he's going to be a headache.
I'd prefer him to the Forge World one personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him being that little bit smaller in terms of wingspan, but I think he just looks. He is a painter's model.
Yeah.
There's a lot there. You've got the scale stuff to worry about, that body shape. I think he looks really good. So that's why he's my.
Okay.
There were some other runners and riders, but that one I just thought, why not?
Don't blame me.
Okay.
And then my non-GW release was the Bolt Action 3rd edition starter set, which is titled A Gentleman's War, which is an absolute winner of a title for a box set, in my opinion. I have to say that well. And it's all 8th Army related. So
nice.
Some elements of that's what I want to buy, so that's what I'm gonna eventually collect. So and you got the Desert Commandos as well.
Nice.
That's why that a little bit of training there. It's it's like an old school GW starter kit. But new edition. It's only it's £95 as well, so it's got in there. So
good value.
Yeah, exactly. So
2 vehicles, 2 squads, all your dice,
all your markers, your pin markers, your templates, the whole kit and caboodle, and the rulebook. So definite favorite of mine.
Okay. All right. So moving on to me, mine's I've gone with, for my best heresy model, I'm going with the rapiers, and I think it's just because they're just such a unit that that they've changed in a lot of ways for the better. I think it looks a lot better now than it used to, with a guy hanging off the back.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's a really, really nice reimagining of an iconic unit. They haven't sort of said, "Oh, well, we've got to have it in this armor mark." It's sort of got this special, fits everything, and I quite like it. Yeah,
okay.
Big fan of them. Big fan of them. I just wish it wasn't 2 separate kits.
That's always the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So what is it? Is it basically what are they releasing at the moment? So they've got the quad launcher there. Have they got the laser rapiers yet?
Yeah, there's 2 different kits. One's
2 different. I just chose one, an image of one.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is again, but it's like heavy bolsters, and I think it's rapier.
It's like a graviton one, isn't it?
For some reason, the GW search engine does not want to work for me today.
You've got the laser destroyer and the quad launcher in one, and the grav and heavy bolters in the other.
Yeah. Gotcha. All right, very cool.
Which is a pain. My best non-heresy is Marshall Dreyer for the Death Corps.
Yeah, I looked at him and I was thinking about him as but then I thought I'll just check the old world stuff. Yeah, it's a really cool figure actually.
Yeah, I'm a massive Krieg fan, so he was going to be my choice. It was either him or the Death Riders.
Yep.
Because they're both great kits. And for non-Games Workshop, the Red Brigade for Trench Crusade, which is a bit of a weird mouthful, but
they look super cool. It was trying to find a clean image of them, but I like their futuristic medieval.
It's got a crossover.
Yeah,
the other one's got like a massive autocannon thing.
Oh,
there's a guy with a halberd standing right next to him. It's like, okay, interesting.
It's a really interesting system. It's like
what's the sort of backstory with the Trench Crusade thing then?
It's basically in the Crusades, Knights Templars decided to open up a gateway to hell, and it turned the world into a simple, people of faith versus the forces of hell. And and it's sort of, this setting is sort of the 1914 to 1918 as it's sort of gone along in the timeline. So it's ended up in trench warfare with very similar stuff.
Right, let's see. So it's like a sort of parallel universe version of the First World War.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of fun. But yeah, there's sort of Yeah, literal demons fighting against sort of Bedouin assassins. It's quite cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So big fan. Okay, awesome. And shall we go on to the other stuff now? Okay, so that is where was I put that? It would be the top 5 too. So our films, television, and video games. So
We look like the two Ronnies.
kind of do. We kind of do.
And I think is Mr. B at the end there looks like the
every member of ZZ Top is what the manager version.
Or the ape from Planet of the Apes, the orangutan.
Oh, Dr.
Zayas.
Dr. Zayas.
Yep.
Uncanny. Okay, cool. Okay, so do you want to go first, Chris?
Yeah. So do you want to do it by section or just do
films and then we'd all do our films and then we'll do television.
Okay. My films are Ballerina from the John Wick universe.
Is it good?
It's good. I enjoyed it. I like the John Wick stories, and the Darmus is pretty good in it. A certain character makes an appearance, which if you haven't seen it, I won't spoil. Yes, I really enjoyed that. I thought it was good fun. I really struggled to think of like favorite films this year, but I've watched that one multiple times, so that's why it sort of made the list. Mine aren't in any particular order; they're just the 3 things
I'll give it a go.
Yep, enjoyed. The second Spinal Tap movie, which on first watching I wasn't enamored with. I have gone back subsequently and watched it, and I laughed a lot more the second time round than I did the first time round.
I've not seen it yet.
And with the passing of Rob Reiner as well, we'll never get another Spinal Tap movie.
No.
So, it's the first one is will always be the best. This is it's pretty good for what they could do at this time, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a period in my life where I watched Spinal Tap, and I was living in a shared house with 2 other guys, and I can remember we probably watched it every other week.
Yeah,
I pretty much quote it word from word at that point.
I've probably watched it every 2 months, I would think, just because it's just a nice film that you can turn on and just dive into. You know every word that's going to get said, but you still enjoy it, and it never gets boring.
Lawnmower accident. I mean, it's got that sort of Monty Python replayability and quotability for white men like us, basically.
for old metalheads. It's definitely that.
Also, and I guess I suppose we could argue there was some inspiration from it. For All Up
Power Fist. All Up Power Fist basically came out of Spinal Tap and what's the character's name?
I know the one you said where he pretended was like hates Peter. What's his name?
Peter Gabriel. Yeah. Let me just find it because it's on I own the whole series. Is on my Amazon Prime, and it's going to annoy me otherwise. Prime Video, my stuff. Brian Pern. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't watched it and you don't know what it is, just try and find Brian Pern, The Life of Rock. It's a 3-part series documentary of effectively a Peter Gabriel knockoff. Peter Gabriel makes appearances in it, and it is very funny, and you will see direct correlations between that and All Up Power Fist, definitely. But yes. So All Up, but that's why Tap 2 makes the list. And then my other favorite one was Good Fortune.
Okay.
Is Keanu Reeves, Seth Rogen, and Aziz. I can't remember. Yeah.
From Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
And ton of other things. And Aziz Ansari, I think his name is. Yeah, Aziz Ansari. And I really enjoyed that. I thought it was a good fun film. It's not crazy complicated. It's just a nice film, telling a story, and everyone in it is very good in it. I thought, and I really enjoyed it. And still some other characters that turn up, and you think, okay, they're sort of didn't expect to see her in it and things like that. So
Gotcha. I'm with you.
yeah, I went into it completely blind when I watched it as well. So it was, I just thought I'll just shove that on. And yeah, it's really good fun. I definitely recommend watching that.
Okay.
Nice. Good choice.
What about you, Graham?
So my top film was, which I only watched fairly recently, is Sinners, which got a lot of praise actually this year. So we're kind of, not going.
I went for that as well.
I thought this was fantastic film.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to explain it without giving it away.
Yeah,
to be fair, but I think it's a great story, somewhat bonkers, but set in a really interesting time with a really interesting premise. And Michael B. Jordan is amazing in it, like really, really good. And it's really colourful as well. I noticed it, and the music is absolutely spot on.
Mm-hmm.
It is very much blues-based music, but there's also a lot of sort of Irish folk music, weirdly, in there. And I suppose you could argue that it is a bit of a musical. I mean, it's not a musical in the Les Mis musical sense where everybody's singing all the time, but it's like a film with music in it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But the music is a central part of it.
Yeah.
And in fact, the whole premise of it is really based around the music. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Every minute of that film was great. Again, I thought it was beautifully shot. Cinematography was excellent. And overall, just a really surprising film that I just thoroughly enjoyed. The second film is The Life of Chuck, Stephen King book story, which it's based on. It was a bit of a toss-up between this and The Long Walk, which is another Stephen King adaptation, which I really enjoyed as well. But as I thought I can only have really one, this is it. And the reason why is because I don't think there are many films that are kind of heartfelt films these days. And there is a certain amount of that. It isn't schmaltzy, but it is quite a good, feel-good film. And I would recommend it. Tim what was his name? Huddleston. Great. Tom Huddleston, brilliant.
I watched it last week, and we both, me and Annie both sat down to watch it last week, and she just gave up halfway through it.
Right. Okay. I liked it. I like films that are like, what's going on here? I like films that do that, to be honest with you. I know some people don't, but I do. So yeah, I thought it was really good. And again, I think it's worth a watch.
It's nice to see Mark Hamill in something.
Sorry?
It's nice to see Mark Hamill in something that doesn't involve laser swords. I thought that was...
Yeah, absolutely. But then also Mark Hamill was in The Long Walk as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Have you seen The Long Walk?
I haven't seen that yet, no.
Oh, I really recommend it actually as well. If I was going to have 4, it would definitely be up there. I think it's a great film, and I remember reading the book a long, long time ago. Don't know if anybody else has read the book.
Gotcha.
And it was there's like the Bachman books, which was Stephen King, where he wrote under a pseudonym to see if he would still if people would still buy his books if it wasn't him, basically. And obviously, once somebody twigged that it was him, they were sold like hotcakes.
Yeah, someone figured out by like where the money was going, didn't they?
Yeah. It's like an anthology series of these 4 books that you can't get all of them now. So one of them is Rage, which is a very prescient but well in advance about a school shooting. One of them is The Long Walk, which they've made into a film, which is a pretty good representation of the film. The other one is The Running Man, which also came out this year. And I can't for the life of me remember what the 4th one is.
Thinner. So there's Rage, The Long Walk, Roadwork, Running Man.
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
Thinner. They're 5 short stories.
Okay, I haven't read Thinner. But anyway, it's a great book. Very much, certainly The Long Walk and The Running Man were proper eye-opener books. I read them in my 20s because they're sort of very dystopian. Both of them are super dystopian. And you can kind of read them now and think, actually, yeah, you know what, you might be onto something. In the best sort of science fiction-esque writers, where they're kind of talking about the future, I think Stephen King, which he's probably not very happy about, managed to sort of guess more of our direction than is healthy, this sort of really not very nice future that we sometimes find ourselves in. So yeah, I thoroughly recommend Life of Chuck though, because it isn't that. There is a nice part to it. And then finally, and I did wonder about this, I went to the cinema to see it on my own actually, which was actually really nice. I saw the 10:30 showing, which was of the new Avatar film, so Way of Fire or something. I don't remember the title.
Fire.
And the reason that I thought it was great is I don't know whether it would be as good not in 3D. And that's always the problem with the Avatar films. You watch them in 2D and you think, it's all right. But watch them in 3D, they are a proper spectacle, with really, really good surround sound. And the 3D looks amazing now, like incredible. Whereas I think 3D was a little bit blurry back in the day, unless you've got a very good projector, whatever. Now it looks absolutely pin sharp. And I thought it looked amazing. It was a 3-hour plus film, but I didn't feel it was a 3-hour plus film. If that makes any sense. It wasn't like I was like, oh God, is this going to be ending soon? Or, drifting off. Every minute I found it was quite engaging. But again, I would only recommend it if you can go and see it in the cinema.
Okay.
That's mine.
Okay, cool. For me, Sinners, again, like Graham. And then Fantastic Four, First Steps, which is just the first time they've done a really good Fantastic Four film.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there wasn't a high bar, to be fair, Mr. B.
Yes.
You mean to tell me that the bit where Jessica Alba turns invisible with part of her underwear is not qualifying you as a good film?
No, this was a better Fantastic Four, and I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. And the new Naked Gun. I mean,
that was bloody awful.
Yeah,
I thought it was so.
I'm with Gray on this.
I thought it was so bad it was good. That was for me. It was bad, but good bad. But
it was supposed to be bad, wasn't it? Let's be honest. Yeah. But yeah, I was like, oh my God, I don't think I can cope with this.
But the thing, the old Naked Gun films weren't. They weren't out to be bad, if that makes sense.
I don't know if I really got the Naked Gun thing. It's not like I would watch again and say, well, I watched Spinal Tap, for example.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, it was very much very similar, homage to the Naked Gun series, with that sort of bizarre play on words and all, nice beaver, the joke, that kind of thing.
I think,
the happy man Peach that is our golden Labrador. I can imagine having a little.
I can imagine you just chortling away to it.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool. All right, good choices all. So, looks like if we were going to do a sort of aggregate, Sinners would be our film of the year.
Yep, definitely.
Because that's the only one we will.
Two of us did. I haven't watched it, so
I haven't seen any of Chris's films, so that doesn't really count. Again, we don't watch every single film, so this is just our own personal views. Alrighty,
cool.
Television. Let's go in reverse. Let's do Mr. B first on this one.
Okay, Andor. I mean, to be honest, this is. I mean, based on current events.
I haven't watched it yet because the wife didn't like the first series, and I haven't had a chance to watch it myself. And I'm sure it's brilliant because the first season was brilliant.
It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Yeah. Probably one of the best Star Wars ever done. It's nice. Just the bar has been set very high for anything that follows it.
Gotcha.
It's funny because everything, I know it's the other thing attached to Rogue One, but Rogue One and Andor being both of the highest quality, coming from that slightly less mystical element of Star Wars, and being sort of the better parts of Star Wars over the last 15 years. There's something in that somewhere, I feel.
I think you're right, but I think it's actually weirdly a good parallel for 40K. The best stories aren't about Space Marines. Well, I'm sure people are going to argue that's nonsense. But I genuinely think that's the case. It's not about the Space Marines; it's about the Space Marines' impact on people. But yeah, I think that's true with this as well. Like you say, there's no Jedis involved, right? There's none of that sort of thing. And I think Rogue One is great. Rogue One is a film I would watch again and have done multiple times because I think it's that good a Star Wars film. Mm-hmm. But I can't say that about anything really after Return of the Jedi, to be honest with you.
Okay. And Star Trek Strange New Worlds. This season not as strong as the previous one, but it's still pretty good, and it's good to see Star Trek on this.
It's good. I do feel with Strange New Worlds, especially this series, is that they kind of have run out of ideas.
Is this series got the crossover with
Lower Deck?
That
was season 2. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it does feel slightly. So got the Muppet episode coming up in season 4, I think, or season 5.
This year, season 4.
Yeah, I'm just a bit. Like,
what episode?
There's going to be a Muppets episode, so all the characters are going to have to be Muppetized, which is
okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
We had the musical episode in
like
season
Buffy.
1.
Yeah.
The cartoon crossover in season 2. This one, I can't remember if this one had a weird episode or not. Oh yeah, it had the one with Australia, the
Patton Oswalt.
Yes.
Oh, and it had Rhys Darby's.
That's it, Rhys Darby. Yeah,
he was in an episode as well. So,
but yeah, I'm not surprised it's ending after 5 series. But like I say, it is good. It's good Star Trek when it's doing Star Trek. That makes sense.
I see what you mean. Yeah, isn't Rhys just before we get letters into complaint, and I could be wrong on this one. Isn't Rhys Darby New Zealand? I mean, I think
yes, he is. Yeah.
I think that's a definite thing we need to make sure, because people get very upset from New Zealand when you say,
Yeah, no, I was trying to think of his name and Australia.
In the Shadows, made by those Australian people. That they get very upset about that.
But hell, the TV show's all English people, so
yeah, fair enough.
Okay, and then finally, series 2 of SAS Rogue Heroes.
Which I've not watched.
Oh, you need to watch that. It's fantastic. It's them going into Italy. It's absolutely fantastic. Okay. It's really, really, really good show.
Absolutely.
I have watched it. Don't watch it for historical accuracy. Would be.
Oh no, don't.
Yeah. There is license taken with
liberties were taken.
Liberties were taken with characters.
Lots of liberties taken. Like, Paddy, it was actually a toff.
Well, he wasn't tough, but he wasn't quite how he's portrayed.
Well, I mean, they get some things right. Like when he was on tour with the British and Irish Lions in South Africa or something, his favorite hobby was going down to his favorite thing to do was to go down to the docks and pick fights with sailors. But
yeah.
But yes, no, good show. But yes, lots of liberties taken. Lots of liberties taken.
I've not seen it.
Very entertaining.
This is what happens when you have to share your television. Well, here's a problem with me and television, fundamentally, is I don't generally watch television on my own. I watch it with my partner, my wife. And so what we watch is very much dictated by what both of us want to watch, rather than what one person wants to watch. Although I would argue that some of the stuff that I end up watching is not actually stuff that I want to watch. For example, some bizarre series in Canada about a woman who talks to horses or whatever. But anyway, neither here nor there. So Andor and SAS Rogue Heroes both didn't get onto my viewing figures because I'm not watching telly. And I've got free time to do something like that. I'm usually playing video games. So
okay,
just to put it out there. But I will definitely try and watch Andor and SAS Rogue Heroes.
Okay, so over to you, Graham.
Yeah, can do. So my top series was season 8 of Rick and Morty, which is very edgelord, I suppose, but I watched it again recently. Every episode makes me laugh and makes me think, if that makes any sense. Gotcha. It's usually quite a cool concept that they're doing, and it's something that parallels sort of real life in some way or another. So I really like Rick and Morty for that. It is actually quite thought-provoking as well as being pretty funny. So season 8 was great, I thought, and there was some really interesting stuff going on in there. So yeah, that's probably the thing I enjoyed the most. Consistently, every episode anyway was really cool. Controversially, in this day and age, I really enjoyed the last season of Stranger Things, which is probably not what people expect, because I think nobody apart from me seemed to enjoy it. But I thought it was good. I liked the way they wrapped the story up. I know it was like, it just was like fan service and what have you. sometimes that's no bad thing.
The thing that I didn't like about it is that I never felt there was any jeopardy.
There was a lot of plot armor, wasn't there?
Yeah, no one died.
It wasn't like Game of Thrones.
No, but no one even got badly mauled.
Mildly put out, I suppose.
Yeah. So it's just like,
well, I mean, you could argue that 11 is dead. We don't say categorically that she is or isn't, but I mean, it implies that she isn't, of course. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, that's an event that happens after the.
Yeah. I thought it was good, and I enjoyed it, and I like the characters, and that's probably why they didn't want to kill anybody, because everybody loves the characters, and there'd be uproar if you killed Steve.
I think the reason they didn't kill the characters is because they're all children.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, I suppose they're not now, are they? Sort of teenagers now, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, but in
the series, I mean, they're probably mid-30s.
They're older than me.
I liked it.
I liked it up until the last. I liked the part 1 and then the second part, but the last, it was sort of Game of Thrones-esque ending for me. That I was in the last episode, I was like, okay, we've done this bit. What happens for the next hour? Oh, okay, we're doing a whole hour of.
There's something else to kill, kind of thing. Yeah, but yeah, I liked it. I mean, as sort of geek culture goes, it was.
Oh yeah. Hey, look, it brought a certain game that we now play regularly back to the. Or helped bring back into the zeitgeist, which is no bad thing as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and people at work asked me what it was really like in the 80s now. So we'll have BMXs, and we all went out, into the woods.
Into the woods.
Crashed alien spacecraft or something. It's all good.
Yeah, that's it. And then turned it into a role playing game.
Absolutely. So yeah, I enjoyed it anyway. As a piece of sort of television that was on over Christmas and New Year that I enjoyed, bang, that was it. And then finally another series that I enjoyed a lot, but a lot of people were lost at the way, I think, with it, was Pluribus, which I thought was a really excellent concept, and a bit of a sort of social phenomenon done by Vince Gilligan, I think it is. His name, the guy who did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, but a very different sort of departure from his usual fare. This was. And I love the concept behind this, and I think that was the thing that hooked me in. And I suppose it's not spoilers, really, is it? It's basically an alien invasion, but where the aliens seem perfectly reasonable and rather nice, and everybody seems quite happy who gets taken over by the aliens, and except for I think it's 12 people in the whole of the world who aren't, and one of these people is the central character who's sort of railing against the fact that individuality is potentially going to be lost, but eventually sort of comes around to it. It's a very good series. A lot of people say, well, nothing really happens, and I can see that is, but I think the joy of the series is, what on earth would you do, if suddenly it wasn't really a classic alien invasion story where you usually have some plucky underdogs fighting back against some, weird ass looking creature with like loads of tentacles and stuff. It was a sort of, I suppose, a fungus fundamentally that sort of, that took over, an alien fungus. So yeah, very cool. But yeah, I recommend it, and I enjoyed it as well. And I think it'll probably do well in the award season this year.
Very nice.
Chris,
my 3 Slow Horses, which I got into this year.
Brilliant.
I have devoured.
I think the last season was okay. It wasn't good with some of them, but
I think the first 3 are good.
Yeah, I would agree.
4, give or take, and 5 was I think I could just watch Jackson, Gary Oldman as Jackson on repeat to the end of time, minus the farting.
Great. Absolutely great. But yeah, it is a classic sort of. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it, and again, we watched the last season of that. Thought it was excellent. But yeah, he's a great character. The characters around him were all sort of broken individuals.
Proper spy kind of stuff as well. It's not
I mean, I was going to put Black Bag as one of my favourite films, which I don't know if you've seen.
I haven't done now.
If you like slow horses, watch Black Bag.
Gotcha.
Because that is a proper, like, John le Carré-esque Cold War type
Okay, cool.
spy thriller, and it is absolutely like slow horses.
Oh, I remember seeing the trailers for it. Yeah. So
I would absolutely recommend Black Bag. It's oh god, who's it got in it? The guy,
Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, Fassbender. So he's not going to be, he's generally in pretty good films. So yeah, I would thoroughly recommend that. It was a really good film and very stylishly done in that sort of spy world, British spy drama, which was very good at, I think. Sorry, Chris, carry on.
That's right. My second one is the Mighty Nine, season 1, the cartoon from campaign 2 of Critical Role. If you like Dungeons and Dragons and you want to see how
it's done
the visual representation of if you want to see how the spells and how it all kind of translates from imagination into reality or into a visual medium, it's a really good example of that. I've watched the whole campaign multiple times, so I know most of the beats, which they changed up some of. So it was still new elements for people that had watched the original.
So basically, they've run the campaign and then they.
So the campaign 2 was, I don't know, ended 5 years ago. I think 2020 was when campaign 2 ended, and so the whole story. So they did a Kickstarter to try and do a 30-minute special for Vox Machina, which is their campaign 1. And they put a Kickstarter out and they wanted to get £750,000 to turn that into a 30-minute animated show. They got $11 million on Kickstarter. So they ended up turning it into season 1 of Vox Machina, which we got. Amazon picked it up, so on and so on. Then because that was successful, they've now taken campaign 2 and to put that into cartoon world. But it's the live play, but the cartoonized version with the characters and the same, because the people that do Critical Role voice actors, it's all the same people.
Yeah.
But it's just good.
£11 million.
They got $11 million on Kickstarter.
They're big business, aren't they? Critical Role.
They are now. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, they're another one of the elements that have brought D&D into the forefront for everybody. But yeah, it's just, and also it's just a fun
COVID as well, wasn't it? So people were looking for stuff to watch and what have you.
Yeah. It's a fun cartoon. It's not necessarily for kids, so I wouldn't put your 6-year-old in front of it. But yeah, it's just good fun. And then my third one was Silo. Season 2 came out at the end of 2024. Didn't see it until 2025. Okay. And I think Silo's great. I think Silo's super cool TV show.
It is cool.
Beautiful aesthetic.
Great.
Everyone in it is on top form.
Yeah.
Again, no notes. I think it's just ace TV show.
I mean, I think it's definitely a theme.
Post-apocalyptic.
Also, not quite sure what's going on. The genre of there's a lot of that now. It's like, what the heck? And actually, I get suckered into that because I quite like going, what the heck is going on here? A really good film for that, actually, it's on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix. The Great Flood, Korean film. And you watch it, you think, oh, it's a disaster film. It really isn't, and it's very weird. But it's definitely worth, if you can handle the first 15 minutes, definitely worth sticking with. But yeah, I think it's, like I say, Silo, it's sort of uncovering things. Fallout's another one. I mean, I know we kind of know the story for Fallout, but obviously they've made some changes to it. But it's a bit like that as well. It's like, that's cool. What's going on over here in New Vegas, stuff like that. So yeah, I think that's definitely a thing now, is that, the story is important. The unfurling of the story over multiple,
which is
a story.
Funny, you're always hearing from people that there was a TV show we watched the other day where everything was continuously being explained to you, which is people keep saying they have to do that because people are spending so much time on their phones or watching TV that they have to continuously reiterate points. But the best TV shows that I've found are the ones that don't tell you what's happening all the time, and just they seem to be the ones that are successful. I'm trying to think what it was that we sat down and watched, and at the end of the first, second episode, we're like, we get it, we know what's happening. Just let us enjoy the show. You don't have to tell us everything. You don't have to explain every plot point along the way. But
Severance, I haven't watched Severance, the second series, but the first one, that's another one that's like, what the heck is going on here? But what is interesting, I suppose, is that these are more dramas than, but back in the day you would have a series of things, but they weren't necessarily linked, like the original Star Trek, for example, or even the Next Generation.
Serialization.
It didn't have a whole story arc for a season. They were sort of individual episodes that would tell a story in that one episode. It wouldn't necessarily be linked to a wider arc, whereas I think television.
I think like sort of Babylon 5 did that. Deep
Babylon 5
was
the first one, I think.
They were
one of the first ones.
Spy-esque things that.
But things like Bonanza and all the rest of it, back in the 70s, they were just single episodes about. They weren't. There wasn't continuing it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Basically.
All right. So moving on to video games.
Just before we move on to video games, the state of television seems very, very good at the moment. There's cool stuff there. Films, though, I think has taken a little bit of a hit. I think I don't know. It doesn't seem like the golden age of cinema.
No, it's so there was a thing the other day that it was like all the top films to look out for in 2026, and a lot of them were sequels or things built on existing franchises, and you're just like, I'm excited that Avengers Doomsday is going to come out, but at the same time, like, I'm not going to, I might wait till it sits on Disney to watch it. I want new IPs. But the problem is people aren't taking the chance on new IPs.
They're not going to put the money on new IPs.
You're not going to spend $300 million on a film that, and that unfortunately happens a lot where...
Much the same in video games at the minute.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I suppose from our point of view, Sinners was a one-off film, no, not a sequel or anything. I suppose Fantastic Four, you could argue, is quite a wider thing, but yeah.
I think like Sinners, it's Ryan Coogler, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's got a good record of interesting, good things behind him. I'm trying to think if he's the guy that does. No, he's not the guy that does.
He did. He did the first Black
Panther.
He did the Creed films. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you know roughly that he's going to be a relatively safe bet of safe set hands.
I think Sinners was a very different film. It wasn't what you would normally expect, I suppose, from him. But at the same time, so I think I think cinema, the sort of big tentpole films that used to come out in the summer now, apart from Avatar, which again, was 3D and was a spectacle, they don't seem to be them. Maybe things will turn around with the new Avengers film, but I think television's in a pretty good place.
Yeah, and I think with Apple and Amazon, they're throwing, they're putting good money into shows.
Netflix as well, particularly with them buying out or being bought out, or all the movers and shakers in the media world.
The show I did enjoy that was on BBC was it was potentially I'm going to be on the list, was King and Conqueror.
Oh right,
so about the Norman invasion 1066. That was an Amazon and BBC combination, and that was good. I really enjoyed that. That's well worth a watch.
Cool.
So it's only half a dozen episodes, I think.
Right, gotcha. Okay, cool. I don't know if it was in this. Actually, now that you mention that, I'm trying to think whether Mark Rylance. What was the series he was in? Set in the Tudor period.
Wolf Hall.
Yeah, I don't know if the second series of that was this year or last year.
It was 2024.
Was it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That was really good. I enjoyed both of the series of that. I thought were excellent.
I'm going to have to move us on a little bit because I'm getting in trouble for not being ready to go shopping. So,
shit!
So quickly run through video games.
Yeah, go on in. Do you want to start with you, Chris?
Mine were Peak, which I've enjoyed immensely, both with you guys and just playing it by myself. Super relaxing, super chilled. Listen to a podcast, climb a mountain for as long as you want to. Super good. Hell Let Loose, not a new game, but we play it an awful lot. And Hearts of Iron 4, not a new game. I play it an awful lot. Those are my 3 games. I don't play new video games. I exist in a world of
in the past.
A world of in the past.
Well, if I know we were able to do that, I would have chosen differently.
You've played new games this year. I haven't played a single new game this year. So.
Fair enough.
So mine are Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Amazing, fantastic game. If you haven't played it, play the first one and then play that one. Fun, really cool, non sword and sorcery RPG set in a very historically accurate Bohemia in the 1400s. It's great. I love the game to bits. It's funny. It's serious. It's a great story. Combat is very, very difficult, but good as well. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Battlefield 6, somewhat AAA for me, but I enjoyed it. It does tail off a little bit, I will say. And it's intensely frustrating when you get to certain levels because you've got like people really, really good at it. But, it put me back in the sort of competitive-esque FPS genre. Absolutely top notch. Great fun. Enjoyed that. And my last one there, the game of the year for me, was Doom: The Dark Ages, which every minute of that game I thoroughly enjoyed. There was not a minute where I wasn't smiling. It's not got the most challenging of stories, but there is a story there. It looks incredible. It's on Game Pass on the Xbox. Really looks the business on the Xbox Series X. Sounds brilliant. The soundtrack is phenomenal. It's the best soundtrack ever. And they've got a really clever system for sort of linking action with the soundtrack that goes on there. So yeah, that was my game of the year. Brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Can't recommend it enough.
Okay. For me, a little bit varied. I've got Assetto Corsa Evo.
Isn't that like a hardcore racing sim? Or is that not the Evo version?
No, it's not hardcore, but it is a racing sim. But it's not. I wouldn't say it was hardcore.
Because Assetto Corsa, the original, the non-Evo version, is like a proper racing sim.
It's not like iRacing or anything, or like what was it? The rally game, Richard Burns Rally. It's really good. But I do like slightly more realistic racing games. So, and then Indiana Jones and the Golden Circle. That is an immense game.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Again, another game that I played, another Bethesda game, incidentally, looked great on the Xbox Series X, and I thought was fun for every minute I was playing it.
And what's his name? I can't remember. It was voice actor. Just
sounds like it does seem like
he got it perfect.
Absolutely.
And finally, Silksong. I haven't played much of it, but that's a good game.
Not played it. I'll say I only. Fair enough. So there we go. Those are our top choices. I say none of us had the same game twice, which is good too. So there's some great things for you to pick out. And again, quite a lot of those are on Game Pass. If you've got it. Xbox, I think, had a great year for games personally, but there we go.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Shall we move into the close of the show?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
How to Sleep. There we go.
How to Sleep was the book we were reading today. Okay, so
it's got the Emperor, the God of the Throne behind. There's always a tie-in. There's always a tie-in between the two elements.
Okay, so Graham, do you want to take us through the close today?
Yes, I absolutely will. Once I get to the bit that I have to read out. So here we are once again, an end of an era, start of a new one potentially. So please do leave us some reviews on iTunes. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And the links to all of this is in the show notes, which you can get from our website. Give our page a like as well, for no other reason than, it's nice to know that there are people out there listening to this stuff. And I must admit, we were somewhat humbled by the letters, which was fantastic to hear from people all over the globe, which was lovely. So yeah, keep those coming in. And you can do that by getting in touch with us. You can either post on our Facebook wall or send a message to that account, or you can email us at info@edgeofempire.co.uk. If you are so enamored with what we've been doing, and we've done an old school long show, we've given up our punk rock days and we've gone back to prog rock almost. If you want to help out the show, we have an affiliate link with Audible. So you can sign up to Audible and get your Horse Heresy audiobooks through that with a month's free trial. And after that, it's $7.99 a month. And all the Black Library books are there. That would help. Or you can become a patron, which we will start to do some more content for. I've got some plans for this year that I haven't told the guys about, and they'll just tell me to bugger off, but we can ask.
Okay.
So become a patron of the show, pop a couple of pounds, dollars, whatever, into our tip jar. For that, we will be totally grateful. Or you can buy us a Ko-Fi, which is Ko-Fi, I guess, which is just a little thing to keep the lights on Edge of Empire Towers and prevent the bailiffs from kicking our door in again. You can also help us by going through the advert on our website to purchase your wargaming toys through Element Games. And we also have Element Crystal codes, which you get double crystals and we get normal crystals if you put them in. So the codes are in the show notes, but just in case you want to quickly run off to Element Games and buy something now, Chris's is CHR211, mine is GRA2794, and Michael's is MIC440. And we also have affiliate links with the Outpost as well, which is another great little FLGS in Sheffield. So that's it. Sum up of the year and our recommendations for some cool media for you to explore, as well as all the cool figures that we've mentioned today. So all the very best for 2026, as hopefully it's a happy, prosperous and peaceful 2026 for us all.
Just for the next 10 years of talking about toy plastic people.
Indeed.
Absolutely. 100%. All right, folks, have a great month, and we shall speak to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Love and snuggles.
Bye.